It being 11:02, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Mr. Speaker, I have a point of order I would like to make if that is appropriate.
The honourable member for Don Valley. How about if we just get going and I'll come back to you right away? Is that okay?
Certainly.
Étude à la deuxième lecture du projet de loi C-265.
Second reading of Bill C-265, standing in the name of Ms. de Bellefeuille. Okay, we'll start shortly.
West has a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise virtually on a point of order. On Friday, April the 16th, at the last sitting of this House, during debate on Bill C-6, an act to amend the criminal code, conversion therapy, during the question and answer period following my speech opening the morning debate, contrary to Standing Order 18, the member from Cloverdale Langley City used language which was offensive to me and, in my understanding, to many other members of the House. While she did reach out to me on Friday evening to offer an apology for, and I quote, any misunderstanding, I am of the belief that such an apology should be made not just to me, but to all members of the House and to members of the LGBTQ2S community in Canada and around the world who have expressed their hurt and their anger at her inference. In quoting Matthew 23:27, she inferred that either I or all members of the LGBTQ2S community are unclean. As an ordained minister in the United Church of Canada, I'm well aware that at its best, this passage has been used to deride someone as a hypocrite. However, this passage, along with the whole of that particular chapter, has been used for centuries to bolster anti-Semitism and very specifically anti-Jewish sentiments. The misuse of this passage has led to misunderstanding, even hatred of Jews by Christians, as pointed out by the famed theologian Rosemary Radford Ruther in her book, Faith and Fratricide. It is, however, the first time that I've heard it used to cast negative aspersions on members of my community. The biblical concept of unclean has long been disavowed by Jews and Christians alike, and there is certainly no place for it in this House, especially in the debate on important amendments to the criminal code, which will further recognize and attempt to heal the hurt perpetrated against lesbian, bisexual, gay, transgendered, queer, and two-spirited people. We are not unclean, Mr. Speaker. I'd ask that you, as Speaker, request the member to apologize, withdraw those remarks, and also to remind all members to be mindful of their words, which may be heard by other members and by many Canadians as offensive. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I want to thank the honourable member for his point of order, and I take it under advisement. I will return to the House with a ruling on that. Madame de Bellefeuille, appuyée par
Ms. de Bellefeuille, seconded by Ms. Chabot, moves that Bill C-265, an act to amend the Employment Insurance Act, illness, injury, or quarantine, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills, and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities. Debate. The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, here we are. This is finally the opportunity to debate a compassionate and common sense bill. A bill that would increase employment insurance special sickness benefits from 15 to 50 weeks. A bill that I've had the honour to introduce on behalf of the Bloc Québécois. This is finally the opportunity to put forward a concrete and realistic solution to a very real and well-documented problem. It's finally an opportunity for parliamentarians to once again affirm their support for the idea that sick workers deserve better and deserve more. Now, the Bloc Québécois motion, calling for an increase in EI special sickness benefits from 15 to 50 weeks, was supported by all opposition MPs in February 2020. So I want to thank the 169 MPs who supported the proposal, and I want to remind them that sick workers still need that support. I hope that together we can convince the 149 Liberal members who voted against the increase this time around. As the Speaker reminded us, the support of the Liberal government is essential for this bill, I need their solidarity because my bill requires royal recommendation in order to pass. It's also an opportunity to honor the memory of Émilie Sans-Façon, so that her political struggle, which was courageously waged while fighting for her own life, may finally be realized. It's also an opportunity to implement what more than 618,000 citizens have been calling for, namely to increase the special employment EI sickness benefits from 15 to 50 weeks, thanks to the exceptional mobilization led by Marie-Hélène Dubé, whose perseverance and tenacity I would like to recognize. Mr. Speaker, I encourage parliamentarians today to think back to January 4th, 2021. January 4th, not that long ago. So I invite parliamentarians to reflect on this. If one of their loved ones had had an illness, such as cancer, and that the treatment had begun on January 4th, that loved one would today have no income because they would have used up their 15 weeks. They would have used up those 15 weeks of special benefits. This is unacceptable. And I would even say that I feel embarrassed that this could happen in a wealthy society like ours. So my bill is about simple changes to the EI Act. It would replace all references to the 15-week maximum threshold to allow for a maximum of 50 weeks of EI special sickness benefits. In practical terms, these benefits are intended for workers who lose their jobs involuntarily. When eligible, sick workers can get up to 55% of their average salary, up to a maximum of $573 per week. I think we can agree, Mr. Speaker, that no one decides to get sick. No one plans to be absent from work for a long period of time due to illness. Certainly, no one wants to be diagnosed with cancer, for example. So this is not something that anyone chooses or anyone can predict. Workers who need this safety net are the most vulnerable workers, those who are not fortunate enough to have jobs with private insurance or good coverage guaranteed in collective bargaining agreements. In 2017, there were 400,000 people who needed this very important support because they had no other options. There are workers all across Quebec and Canada, of all ages and all origins, who often don't have the privilege of having a well-paid job. When they fall ill, they often don't have the financial leeway to allow themselves to really dedicate themselves to recovering properly. In my riding of Salaberry-sur-Roi, a rural area, when illness strikes, people must travel to Montreal most of the time if they want to get treatment. They have to cover their own travel costs, parking fees, and all sorts of medical expenses. Often, even their spouses have to miss work. They have to do this throughout the duration of the treatment, and this puts a lot of financial stress on families. Mr. Speaker, these workers deserve better. Now, these special health benefits also have the benefit of maintaining the employment relationship between the worker and employer. In other words, when someone is healed, they get their job back. I think that this job security is far from being a luxury, especially after someone has been fighting for one's life. Now, my bill is also a posthumous tribute to Émilie Sans-Façon. At the age of 31, this young mother lost her battle with cancer, leaving her spouse and 2 children. She died before being able to see the outcome of her political struggle to increase EI benefits from 15 to 50 weeks. And this is despite a meeting in 2019 with the current Liberal Prime Minister, where optimism seemed to prevail, and yet nothing has changed since then. The leader of the Bloc Québécois, the member for Belleuil-Chambly, pointed out in this House that Ms. Sans-Façon is the very image of inequity, injustice, and discrimination, as she represents people who are seriously ill and who need help. But she's also a symbol of hope, of the fighting spirit, and of perseverance. So by passing Bill C-265, the Émilie Sans-Façon Act, we will be able to complete her struggle and the struggle of all Émilies in Quebec and across Canada. Now, I'm pleased to remind my colleagues that the Parliamentary Budget Officer released a study in 2019 confirming that together we have the means to adequately support sick workers. This is not only a sensible and compassionate proposal, it also means that it is realistic and achievable to increase employment insurance special sickness benefits from 15 to 50 weeks, with an increase of 6 cents per $100 of insurable earnings. The idea that 15 weeks would be necessary was recognized during the pandemic, when temporary adjustments to EI allowed for 50 weeks of benefits if needed. However, this inconsistency remains. Special sickness benefits are still officially set at 15 weeks. My colleagues will agree that it's rather strange and inconsistent that we have the means to support caregivers for longer than the person who is actually ill. The caregiver is entitled to 28 weeks, which is a very good thing. But the person being cared for is only entitled to 15 weeks. This doesn't make sense. We can be sure that we cannot afford to let workers mortgage their homes to pay for their medical expenses, as was the case for Marie-Hélène Dubé, a long-standing activist for the cause. Ms. Dubé even had to delay surgery for her third round of cancer because she had not worked the required number of hours to get access to 15 weeks of special benefits. We can't afford to delay remission, to let workers live in financial insecurity while they're getting treatment. We can't afford to leave them in this precarious situation rather than offering them compassion. This is a progressive bill, one that I think all members of this House should be able to support. I never thought that I would be quoting a former Liberal member, but perhaps my Liberal colleagues will listen to the words of one of their own. On November 22nd, 2011, the former member for Bourassa said, "I would like to ask all of my colleagues to put partisanship aside and support my bill in solidarity with these individuals." Now, this seems like a no-brainer to me, and I want to echo the member's statement. Let us support vulnerable workers together. Now, parliamentarians have had the opportunity to debate similar bills put forward by the Bloc Québécois and the NDP on a number of occasions over the past decade. Even the Liberal Party tabled a similar proposal in the 41st Parliament. If our Liberal colleagues have decided to change their position and insist that 15 or 26 weeks is enough for all workers, rather than the 50 weeks that we're proposing, they will need to explain themselves. For a government that loves to tell people that it governs based on science, this position is untenable and lacks ambition. Their own department's figures contradict their position and confirm that they are essentially abandoning the most vulnerable workers here. The Quebec Cancer Federation supports an increase in benefits from 15 to 50 weeks. And I would like to publicly point out that the Canadian Cancer Society also supports the extension. They see 26 weeks as the minimum increase and 50 weeks as a more desirable solution. It's high time, colleagues, that we have a similar consensus in our support for Bill C-265. Mr. Speaker, I would like to conclude with an appeal. Today is Budget Day. The Liberal government could show generosity to the poorest in our society, to sick workers who need something more than financial insecurity, stress, and abandonment. When parliamentarians, citizens, and the media link the budget announcements, I would like you to remember Émilie Sans Façon. Let's remember the hundreds of thousands of Émilie Sans Façon as we read the budget. And I would suggest that you analyze it in the following way. If the government ignores the issue and keeps the current 15 weeks, it's breaking its own promise and offending sick workers. If the government increases the benefit to 26 weeks, this isn't really good news because it would hide the sad reality that Liberals will be letting down around 68% of workers who really need these benefits. If the Liberal government decides to increase benefits further, it's still a missed opportunity. It would be an inadequate increase in the eyes of the more than 618,000 citizens who signed the petition launched by Marie-Hélène Dubé, which called for an increase to 50 weeks of benefits. If the Liberal government is generous and decides today to increase benefits to 50 weeks, well, I will be the first to congratulate them and to withdraw my bill, which will no longer be relevant. In other words, Mr. Speaker, you can be sure that I will continue to demand what is fair and realistic. We at the Bloc Québécois will not forget Émilie Sans Façon. We will not fail to stand in solidarity with workers. We will choose compassion, solidarity, and good faith. I know that this House is also capable of doing all of this. So I appeal to all of my colleagues to support Bill C-265. Let's get it passed for the most vulnerable workers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? First of all, we'll go to the Honourable Member for Montmagny, Lillet, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague from Salaberry-sur-Loire for her excellent speech and her excellent bill. We decided to support it during the first time it appeared before the House, and we will continue to support it. So I have a simple question for her. Now, the PBO does estimates, and he estimated that people could benefit up to the maximum threshold, but that's not actually what happens most of the time. So could our colleague talk a little bit about the fact that, just because the bill exists doesn't mean that the majority of people will actually use the full 50 weeks.
The member for Salaberry-sur-Loire. I'd like to thank my colleague for his excellent question, which allows me to clarify something. My bill, or rather in my bill, people will be able to take up to 50 weeks, but on average, people need about 41 weeks. If that's the average, it means that people who are ill, who need fewer than 50 weeks, will still be able to have more than 26 weeks. And we know that in 40% of cases, people need more than 26 weeks. They need 41 weeks at the very least. So what I mean by that is that often you hear that because it's 50 weeks in the bill, people will think that everyone who needs care, who's in treatment, will take 50 weeks. But that's not true. We're talking about an average here. So the parliamentary budget officer said that Canada can afford to provide significant protection so that they can take the time to take care of themselves and not be under additional stress because on top of the illness, they also have financial stresses. The member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would like to recognize the initiative of my colleague for Salaberry-sur-Loire. She's right. For about 10 years now, the Bloc and the NDP have pushed the government to take better care of workers who are ill. 15 weeks is not enough. 26 is not enough either. I'd like her to speak more to the situation because often people are in remission for up to 41 weeks, for instance. We're also talking about the role doctors play. Workers need more or fewer weeks to take care of themselves, and a doctor knows best as to how many weeks of remission a person has to be in before going to work. The member for Salaberry-sur-Loire. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question, and he's right. I said so in my speech. Nobody makes the choice of becoming sick. it happens and it's unpredictable. And also, you don't know how long it'll take for you to be healthy enough to go back to work. Today, there are very good treatments available. But when you're under treatment, often you cannot go back to work. And ultimately, a doctor decides when the right time is to go back to work. And a worker who is ill might want to go back, but a doctor might say, no, not yet. You need more time. So people need the time they need to heal and to go back to work. There's a lot of unpredictability. And a medical note from a doctor is important. And so at the end of the day, what we're talking about here is supporting workers. A lot of workers don't have collective agreements, don't have private health insurance. These workers need to only heal, take care of themselves to go back to work, but they need support to do so. And therefore, I'm calling on everyone to support Bill 265. The member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would like to congratulate my colleague for her speech, and she clearly explained her position with good arguments and emotion as well. I'd like her to talk about the limited number of EI sickness benefits, which might force a person who is still sick to go back to work. And when that happens, that person might fall ill again, and society ultimately will pay the cost. I'd like her to speak about that. And I'm just wondering whether she's had discussions with the Liberals and what the Liberals would have said to refuse her request, and the EI fund, at the end of the day, is supposed to be independent. The member for Salaberry-sur-Loire. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question, which is a very good one. Frankly, I just cannot understand why the Liberals do not want to pass legislation like this into law. It's been 10 years that, and even when the 15 weeks were approved, from that very beginning, everyone knew 15 weeks is not enough. And now the minister has talked about increasing that to 26 weeks. Now, where does that number come from? How can the minister justify that? Well, Mr. Speaker, the EI Act is an old piece of legislation. It needs to be modernized. We hear that from all sides. But the 26 weeks being proposed is not enough. And these changes don't happen very often. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, it's really important that the Liberals change their position, reverse course, and accept that 50 weeks is what vulnerable workers need to get back on their feet. Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Employment, Skills Development, and Persons with Disabilities.
I am pleased to rise today to participate in this important debate. And before anything, I want to share my condolences to the friends and family of Emily Sans-Fasson. I also would like to recognize the work and advocacy of the member from Salaberry-sur-Loire. We never want Canadians to face unnecessary hardship, and we are doing whatever we can to put in place the necessary measures to support them when they are going through a difficult time. When eligible Canadians are unable to work, the employment insurance program is there for them. Sickness benefits within the EI program are designed as a short-term income replacement measure for temporary work absences due to illness, injury, or quarantine. The benefits provide up to 15 weeks of temporary income support at an amount equal to 55% of the average weekly insurable earnings, up to a maximum weekly amount. In 2021, this maximum weekly amount is $595. Right now, too many Canadians exhaust their 15 weeks of benefits before they are able to return to work. And that's why our government is committed to extending EI sickness benefits to help Canadians pay the bills while they recover. EI sickness benefits are one of the many supports available to Canadians with longer-term illness and disability. These supports include the Canada Pension Plan Disability Benefit, as well as benefits offered through private and employer insurance, and supports provided by provinces and territories. Mr. Speaker, access to EI benefits is normally based on the number of insurable hours an individual has worked in the year prior to their application or since their last claim. This is known as the qualifying period. When we recognize that the COVID-19 pandemic was preventing many Canadians from accumulating the number of insurable hours that are normally required, we took action to address the problem. We made adjustments so that workers with at least 120 hours of work as of September 27, 2020, could receive a one-time insurable hours credit of 300 insurable hours for claims for regular benefits related to job loss, and 480 insurable hours for claims for special benefits such as sickness, maternity, and parental, compassionate care, or family caregiving. The hours credit is retroactive to March 15, 2020 for claimants who were looking to transition early from the CERB to EI but could not establish their EI claim due to insufficient hours. For those claimants, the qualifying period may also be extended. The hours credit is available for new EI claims for 1 year in recognition that labor market conditions remain uncertain and will take time to stabilize. We knew that even with these temporary changes to the EI program, many workers would still not be eligible. And that's why our government introduced a suite of recovery benefits. And these benefits include the Canada Recovery Benefit to support workers, including self-employed workers who are themselves ineligible for EI, the Canada Recovery Caregiving Benefit to support workers who have been unable to work because they need to provide care or support for a child, family member, or dependent as a result of COVID-19. And of course, the Canada Recovery Sickness Benefit. Along with the CERB and other measures our government introduced, the Canada Recovery Sickness Benefit has become a critical part of our government's public health response to the COVID-19 pandemic. It was created through the Safe Restart Agreement as a temporary income support program for workers who need to stay home because they are unable to work at least 50% of their scheduled work week due to being sick or needing to self-isolate due to COVID-19, or having underlying conditions, or undergoing treatments, or have contracted other sicknesses that make them more susceptible to COVID-19. Our government also amended the Canada Labour Code to ensure that workers can have access to job-protected leave and can avail themselves of the Canada Recovery Sickness Benefit and the Canada Recovery Caregiving Benefit. This past February, we proposed amendments to the Employment Insurance Act, which received royal assent on March 17th, to increase the maximum number of weeks available for EI regular benefits for claims established between September 27, 2020 and September 25th, 2021. We also made changes that would facilitate access to EI special benefits for self-employed workers until September 25th, 2021, when all of the temporary EI measures end. And complementary to these amendments, Mr. Speaker, we've made regulatory changes to increase the number of weeks of benefits available for the Canada Recovery Benefit, the Canada Recovery Sickness Benefit, and the Canada Recovery Caregiving Benefit. And again, Mr. Speaker, we did what needed to be done to continue supporting Canadians. Before I conclude, I'd like to say a word about the future of EI. Over the last year, the COVID-19 pandemic has revealed how the EI program has not kept up with the way Canadians work, nor emerging trends in labor markets. That much is clear. It was not built to respond to a major crisis like the COVID-19 pandemic. And that's why when the pandemic hit, we recognized very quickly that the current system wouldn't have been able to cover enough of the Canadian workforce impacted with job loss. It also would not have been able to keep up with the volume of applications needing to be processed quickly and efficiently to help Canadians pay their bills and put food on the table. We have a unique opportunity right now to bring the employment insurance program into the modern era and to make it more inclusive. Flowing from last fall's speech from the throne and the Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Disability Inclusion's mandate letter, we are committed to bringing forward a plan for a modernized and inclusive EI system. Mr. Speaker, we have been working very hard over the past year to introduce a number of benefits to help Canadians get through the pandemic. These benefits have played a pivotal role in buffering the worst economic impacts to Canadians. And as I said, we never want to see Canadians suffer. And that's why we are doing whatever we can to support them when they are going through this difficult time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate, the member for Montmagny-Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to speak to the House today to speak to Bill 265, sponsored by the member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. We're talking about EI sickness benefits, which have, since the 1970s, been limited to 15 weeks, whereas regular EI benefits can go up to 26 or even 50 weeks. It's not a new issue, and it was brought to my attention by Marie-Hélène Dubé, a woman from my riding, who approached me to make me aware of this situation. And I'm still sometimes called upon on this issue by some of my constituents. I had met Ms. Dubé, and I spoke to her many times over the years, and I presented a resolution at my party's regional council in Saint-Hyacinthe about 4 years ago about the issue of EI benefits and about the fact that we should improve them, sickness benefits. And the resolution was adopted by the members of the council in my riding, and it was also adopted by all the members of the Conservative Party. And so it's high time that all parties in this House support this measure, but only the Liberals are dragging their feet. The Liberal Party has been in power since October 2019. It had a majority government for the first 4 years and stayed in power for another year and a half with the help of other opposition parties. So I see no reason why the government has not acted to extend critical illness EI benefits. The Parliamentary Budget Officer 2 years ago published a study on the cost of extending EI sickness benefits from 15 to 50 weeks, and he pegged the cost at $1.1 to $1.3 billion a year. It may sound like a lot, but it's important to note that the EI program is supposed to be self-sustaining, and it's paid for by workers and employers, and these premiums are adjusted periodically. So for a worker in 2019, the premium was $1.62 for every $100 earned, up to the maximum insurable amount. Now, $56,300 a year, and the employer pays 140% of that amount, so $227 per $100. The PBO estimated that it would cost a worker 6 cents per $100 earned. For someone earning $35,000 a year, we're talking about $21 a year, or $175 a month. Someone earning the maximum insurable amount, $56,300, because it's capped, well, that person would pay $33.78 per year, or $281 a month. If you ask someone if they'd be willing to pay between $175 and $281 per month to have peace of mind knowing they'd have access to EI sickness benefits if they developed cancer or heart condition, people would say yes. Everyone would say yes to that. Insurance rates offered by credit card companies to cover the minimum balance, or those offered to cover your car payments in case of disability, are well over the 0.06%. They're usually around 1% of the balance every month, an amount that would be 20 times higher than the small increase we're talking about here to extend sick pay from 15 to 50 weeks. So you wonder, could this be what's making the Liberals reluctant to offer health benefits beyond 15 weeks? Have insurance companies made representations to the government because they would not want the safety net to make their own products less attractive? There's an incestuous relationship between the Liberal government and big financial insurance companies. This happened with Bill C-27 during the last Parliament. There was talk of legislative change to pension plans that would favor Morneau Chappelle, a family investment firm headed by the former finance minister. Now, as a Conservative, I'm very sensitive to any new tax or government directive that would affect the competitiveness in small and medium-sized businesses in Canada. I myself am an entrepreneur with about 30 employees, and I'm all the more sensitive following this particularly difficult year for SMEs. We're still stuck with the pandemic for a few months or maybe even for another year. But if you ask me, it's not $29 or $47 a year in contributions per employee that'll ruin a business. I care about my employees, and I'd be happy to have that lifeline for them should they find themselves having to fight for their lives. On that issue, I wouldn't accuse the government of wanting to overspend. So why are we still here 6.5 years after the Liberals came to power, and we still haven't fixed this issue? The Liberals even had the opportunity to include the content of C-265 in their own government bill, C-24, but they chose not to do so. And to add insult to injury, we learned last week that the government decided to refuse the royal recommendation for C-265, thereby reducing the chances that the bill will pass before the next election. Is this what the Liberals call cooperation with opposition parties? My way or the highway? It's as if they really want to go into an election right away so that the Prime Minister can look like a savior by promising for a third time to increase the number of EI benefits weeks when he could have done so before. I asked the question of the government a few weeks ago, asking whether they would increase the number of weeks from 15 to 50, and the government at the time said that they would go to 30 weeks. Okay, well, that's fine, but when are we going to get that amount? Will it be in the budget this afternoon? Can I tell us the cost difference between 30 and 50 weeks? I'd like to remind you that the Parliamentary Budget Officer estimated the increase in contributions from 15 to 50 weeks at 6 cents per $100. That's not even 30 weeks. So maybe the government and the Department of Finance have done their own assessment. What's the cost difference between 15 and 30 weeks? And what would the cost difference be between 30 and 50 weeks if the government is the government seriously throwing a wrench into C-25 to save 2 cents or 3 cents? The Liberal member who's about to speak will have a few minutes to ask me questions, and I'd like him to answer my questions first. Beyond the numbers that I've given you, Mr. Speaker, Marilyn Duby or Miss Sans-Façon, they were very resilient women until Miss Sans-Façon died. But Miss Duby, she had cancer 3 times in the last 10 years, and I'd like to ask my Liberal colleague whether any adjustments were made to COVID-19. In fact, they were made. Thank God they were made. But we're talking about something here that we're talking about an illness that can come back. We're not talking about a pandemic. And my colleague for Salaberry-sur-Rue said that we want to change the legislation. And since the 1970s, the EI Act has not changed. So really, it is inadequate. And my Liberal colleague said earlier that we need to modernize the Act completely to keep up with the times. I could go on for a long time, but the reality, as I said in my writing, is that even today in my writing, companies have a hard time finding employees, and when some employees fall sick, not only are they worried for their lives, but they also have huge financial stresses, and this makes the situation even worse. And it's really, really hard to live through if you're in that situation.
And you're right to say that. But things are changing, and they're evolving. And now we have to take care of each other. And there's a way we can do this. And my colleague mentioned it earlier. People who can help those who are sick deserve more benefits than those who aren't. It doesn't make sense. We really have to adapt to this new reality, to today's world. And the pandemic added an additional layer. But when the pandemic will be over, the reality of these people, most of whom are women, will be left holding the bag. So we really have to support these people, and I invite Liberals to support my colleague's bill. Thank you. Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-La Petite Patrie. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I am very pleased to rise today to speak to this issue, which is very important for thousands of people in Quebec and across Canada. And I think we all have the duty and responsibility collectively to bring forth social programs and progress that will really meet people's needs. I'd like to thank my colleague from Salaberry-sur-Roi for tabling such a bill with things that were also tabled by the Bloc and the NPD in the past. And for some 10 years now, we've been asking for this. Why? Because as progressives and as workers, these are things that are dear to our hearts. These employees are in very difficult, tricky situations. They are either seriously injured or very sick, and they are going through a period where they're fighting for their survival. And additionally, they may be under financial pressure that is considerable. So if there's no collective agreement or something in their contract that allows them to be absent while they heal, then sometimes they have nothing. And then they hit a wall with the EI system because it's not at all adapted. And this is really close to our heart, Mr. Speaker. And what we want is for things to happen. We want to have the possibility of 50 weeks of sickness benefits for those who have no other assistance or no other support from our society. We can't turn our backs on them. And we heard Émilie Sans-Façon's case, and we were all touched by it. There's been a great mobilization also with thousands that came forward, and they're really not giving up. And I think as parliamentarians, we have to be able to be unanimous on this question. And we want this to happen so bad. Regardless of what party is bringing it forward, we really support the result. And to be honest, I have to say that I don't understand how come the Bloc seems to have dropped the ball at the Human Resources Committee. Well, they did so last March. My colleague from Elmwood, Transcona, tabled an amendment on the government bill C-24, which was bringing EI sickness benefits from 15 to 50. And for a reason I still don't understand, the Bloc member voted against that amendment from my colleague. The chair's committee said it was not possible because it required royal approval, and that interpretation could have been contested, but the three opposition parties would have had to have voted in favor of the amendment from my colleague. But the bill that was here in the House could have been amended for 50 weeks of coverage, but within this government bill, well, it doesn't require a royal recommendation. But I find that unfortunate that the Bloc said they would vote against the NDP's amendment. We could have moved forward with that in April, and the bill now requires a royal recommendation. And we're going to hit a wall if the Liberals, if they're not if they don't want to show solidarity with sick workers, if they refuse to support this bill, well, we'll be back to the starting line and we'll end up with nothing. So I don't understand how my colleague can say that the Liberals, well, they want them to support them and to support sick workers, solve this issue once and for all. But she lost a really good opportunity at committee, and they dropped the ball then. And that was a lost opportunity. And I find that very unfortunate for those who are suffering now and who have been hoping for years to change this EI sickness program. And as I said previously, Mr. Speaker, we're not offering everyone 50 weeks of EI sickness benefit if you're seriously injured or sick, very critically ill, with cancer, for example. We're offering the possibility of going up to 50 weeks of benefits. And if the doctor believes that the person is not eligible to work and they need time to heal to be able to properly return to work, as my colleague from Berthier-Masquinongé was saying, we'll allow the worker and their doctor to even go beyond 15 weeks. Well, the minister says we'll offer them 26 weeks. They're trying to eliminate what doesn't make sense. Some have 26 weeks of coverage, others have 15. It doesn't make sense. So, once again, it doesn't really make sense. It's only a half measure. My colleague from the bloc underscored this. There are many cases of people who are critically ill, and they need time to heal. And on average, it's 41 weeks. Sometimes it's 45, 36 weeks. But 26 weeks doesn't cover it. We're not talking about realistic figures here in terms of what's been based on science and medical advice. So if the Liberals put forward 26 weeks, we don't agree with this. And when they were in the opposition, the Liberals, they voted for 50 weeks. Perhaps they don't remember. That was a few years ago, but we haven't forgotten. And I think that we could all agree today on a future vote to support these most vulnerable workers. We have to give them hope and give them time to recover properly. I'd like to quote Marie-Hélène Dubé, who said, "I'm scandalized by government inaction on this issue, despite all the promises made. They did nothing for those who are sick, who have paid into EI their entire lives. 15 weeks is not enough, even though they need over 50 weeks to recover." I'd also like to quote Sean Cherry from the Canadian Cancer Society, who gave us a very concrete example in terms of breast cancer. It takes 25 to 36 weeks on average to recover, and for colon cancer, it's 37 weeks on average. So we know that 15 weeks don't meet the needs of cancer patients, and 26 won't either, just for colon and breast cancer alone. It's clear this is not enough. So I'd like to ask everyone to adopt this bill, which makes really good sense, and my bloc and Conservative colleagues have said this. It is affordable. We're talking about an increase of 6 cents for every $100 in income. And the PBO has also said there's no good reason, either in terms of compassion or scientific approach, to not support workers for their contributions. So I think we should have been able to bring forth this amendment at committee. It would have been much easier and more efficient then to have this win for people to be able to offer them 50 weeks. But now here we are with C-265. We need some government support, and we hope the Liberals will be an ally. Otherwise, I don't know how they'll be able to explain this to those who are very sick, and they really hope they'll be able to have the time they need to recover and to receive financial support from this program. It's very important. Also, I see that my time is running out, Mr. Speaker, and I hope that we'll be able to have a permanent and overall reform of the system. The COVID-19 pandemic showed us that there are holes in our social safety net, and EI can be a major issue. For years, under the Conservatives and the Liberals, most workers who paid into the system didn't have access to EI. Roughly 38% of workers who lost their jobs had access to it. And because of this crisis that we're going through now, there are 4 programs, but these programs are only temporary. And they'll be expiring this summer or this fall. So we need permanent change to improve access to employment insurance. This is absolutely crucial, particularly for independent workers, freelancers, people who work contract or gig work. And, for example, in the arts and cultural sector, or people who work in translation and who for years had no access to EI benefits. The NDP made CERB available to those who are independent or freelance workers, but we have to reform the EI system so that no one slips through the cracks of our program and everyone who needs it receives benefits. Thank you. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Thérèse de Blainville. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It is a great pleasure for me today to support this important legislation, which is C-265 for Émilie Sans Façon. And this will be an important opportunity to reach this objective of reforming EI sickness benefits from 15 to 50 weeks permanently. Before I begin, I would like to say that this is the first hour of the second reading of this bill. But like my colleague from Sarre-Berry-sur-Roi, I'd like to say that we're ready to say that our bill wouldn't be sustainable if there's something in the budget that's announced in a few hours, a surprise. The Minister of the Treasury Board said that the next budget will have to bring us further. It'll have to bring us higher. But here is a golden opportunity to do so, to reach this objective of our bill. The bill that is before you today has 3 objectives. First, to correct an unjustifiable inequity, to correct injustice that has lasted for 50 years and that cannot last one day more. We have to recognize and support people with serious illnesses, such as cancer, chronic and episodic diseases such as multiple sclerosis. And it also is aiming to help these people to take care of themselves and to support them for the time they need necessary and the time that is prescribed to do so. This bill, which aims to increase from 15 to 50 weeks special sickness EI benefits, namely to correct the EI program permanently, is not the first one to be tabled in this House. As my colleagues have said, over the past 10 years, there have been many bills, but none of them has received the approval of legislators to move forward, and this despite a broad consensus on which we still rely today. How can we explain such inertia on behalf of the successive governments? This time should not be another missed opportunity to take action, but an opportunity to do so. This is not a simple request. As I said last week in the House, it's a cry from the heart, a cry to have a social safety net for workers that should be amended. Currently, a study is underway at what was initiated by the Bloc, but it's at the HoC committee, and it is looking for in-depth reform of the EI system. Why? To strengthen it in order to correct its shortcomings and flaws as laid bare by the pandemic. And one of these flaws in the EI system is the 15-week special sickness benefit. It's a measure from another era. And many groups have filed briefs, and many witnesses have been heard, and for good reason. For example, the Canadian Labour Congress, the National Unemployment Council, and even here in the House, we said earlier, the NDP is in favor of this bill, as are the Conservatives. Opposition parties are in favor of this legislation and of such a reform. 88% of Canadians are also in favor of it. I did a survey in my riding, and there were questions about increasing the benefit from 15 to 50 weeks, and a majority was in favor of this. What do we need more? The cost? Well, as we've said, according to PBO, it's $1.1 billion. That's if everyone took 50 weeks, which is not the case, as we know. So it is feasible and it is possible. What wouldn't be, however, be feasible would be not to take action. We don't want to leave thousands of sick people at risk of losing their jobs by failing to support them adequately when they're receiving care. We don't want them to live more anguish because of their financial precarity. And that was the case of Amélie Sans Façon, who really bore witness from her heart, who unfortunately died far too young because of cancer. And she explained how dire her financial situation was and how it called her even more damage than taking care of her own health. And it was her fight and the fight of thousands of people.
There are people like Amélie Sans Façon everywhere across Canada, and we need to continue her struggle and fix this situation. We no longer have the right to abandon these workers. This is a social, moral, and human issue. We already know that our EI system is not perfect, even if you've contributed to it your entire life. If you take these special sickness benefits under the regular system, it would take 600 hours of work just to qualify. If you qualify, you would have the right to a maximum of 15 weeks at a rate of 55% of income replacement. And those weeks would not be counted as insurable hours to qualify for other benefits. You know, we're one of the worst G7 countries when it comes to protecting our workers. You know, after the U.S., it's us. The U.S. has 12 weeks. We have 15. France has 156 weeks. Germany, 78. Japan, 72. Italy, 52 weeks. So I think that it's high time that we move up in the rankings. I don't have any other words other than, I think this is embarrassing, it's shameful, and I would even say it's cheap. The government committed to increasing the benefits to 26 weeks, but they didn't do so. Even so, 26 weeks is not sufficient. I don't think that we should be quibbling over a paltry 15 weeks, because increasing it to 26 won't solve the situation. We need 50 weeks as the maximum number of weeks for workers who lose their jobs. We shouldn't be discriminating against sick workers because it wasn't their choice to fall ill. Economically, this is doable, and socially, it's essential. We need the political will, and we need to ensure that our social programs and safety nets for workers don't let anyone fall through the cracks. What image of ourselves do we want to project as a society? Do we want to abandon the most vulnerable, or do we want to be a fairer, more equitable society that supports our workers with compassion and humanity, including those who are sick? I think that we should really follow this second vision and support this bill that would increase special sickness benefits from 15 to 50 weeks. It's a question of fairness, yes, but it's also a question of dignity and ensuring that people can heal in dignity. Thank you.
Alors, la période
The time provided for private members' business has now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of order of precedence. Orders of the day. Point of order, Mr. Speaker? Oh, pardon me. I see the honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent is rising on a point of order. Yes, the honourable member. I'm sure you'll find unanimous consent for the following motion, that notwithstanding any usual practice of the House, at 3:59 p.m. tonight, or when no member rises, Bill C-11, an act concerning to enact the Consumer Privacy Protection Act and the Personal Information and Data Protection Tribunal Act, and to make consequential and related amendments to other acts, be deemed read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics, Mr. Speaker. As usual, I will ask that all those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion say nay. No, unfortunately, we do not have unanimous consent to move the motion.
Honourable member for Kingston and the Island, perhaps on another point of order.
On another point of order, a very similar motion, Mr. Speaker. There have been discussions amongst the parties, and I hope you will find unanimous consent for the following motion, that notwithstanding any standing order, special order, or usual practice of the House, at 3:59 p.m. today, or when no member rises to speak, whichever comes earlier, Bill C-11, an act to enact the Consumer Privacy Protection Act and the Personal Information and Data Protection Tribunal Act, and to make consequential and related amendments to other acts, be deemed read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics.
And so we'll ask again any of those present who oppose the honourable member's proposition will please say nay. Nay? And there's no unanimous consent to proceed with the motion. And I see the honourable member for Esquimalt Saanich Sooke perhaps arising on a point of order as well. I'm not sure if it's on the same, but we'll go to him now. The honourable member for Esquimalt Saanich Sooke.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to respond to a point of order raised by the member for Don Valley West on Friday, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs, with regard to a question placed by the member for Cloverdale Langley City in the debate on C6 on conversion therapy. This is not the first time I've had to respond to these kinds of statements in the House of Commons, unfortunately. And what the member for Cloverdale Langley City did was to hide behind biblical quotations to cast aspersions on all gay members of this House of Commons. This is a very serious matter for me. I believe it is, in fact, a point of privilege. It makes it difficult for members of Parliament to do their jobs when they're subject to these kinds of accusations. It also makes it very difficult to encourage other Canadians to run for public office when these kinds of slurs are allowed in the House of Commons. As I said, it's not the first time I've had to deal with this, unfortunately. On September 25th, 2011, the previous member for South Surrey White Rock, Russ Hebert, made a statement in SO 31 section where he implied, because of my position on certain legislation, that I was a friend of pedophiles. And at that time, I stood in the House and objected to that statement, both because as an adult survivor of child abuse, I take very strong offense to that kind of statement. And secondly, because once again, it made it difficult for me to do my job as an MP when subject to those kinds of accusations. So the same excuse was used by the member for South Surrey White Rock in 2011 that's being used again. Oh, I didn't really mean that. Someone has misunderstood because I didn't say word for word what I clearly implied in my statement. And so I believe this does affect me as a serving member of the House. I believe it affects all members of my community across the country when these statements are allowed to stand without apology or removal. And I would ask that the Speaker take this into very serious consideration and take appropriate action to make sure that this does not happen again in the House of Commons. That can only happen when a member is sanctioned for doing so. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the honourable member for Esquimalt Saanich-Sooke for his additional comments on the matter. As he may have heard, the Speaker has taken this matter under advisement, and he had indicated that he will get back to the House in due course. Orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills, comments. Resuming consideration at second reading of Bill C-11, the Digital Charter Implementation Act 2020.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Davenport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an absolute honor for me to rise in this House to speak on behalf of the residents of my riding of Davenport. I'm speaking in support of Bill C-11, an act to enact the Consumer Privacy Protection Act and the Personal Information and Data Protection Tribunal Act, and to make consequential and related amendments to other acts. It is also known as the Digital Charter Implementation Act. Mr. Speaker, from the earliest days of my first run for office, the residents of Davenport have approached me to tell me how concerned they are about the security of their personal information. And literally, they were running after me in the streets to say to me that this is an issue of great importance to them. And I can assure you, Mr. Speaker, it's not just Davenport residents who are concerned. The Privacy Commissioner actually published a survey in 2019 that found that 92% of all Canadians are concerned about their privacy, with 37% of Canadians extremely concerned. This means that 9 out of 10 Canadians are worried about their privacy. Now, I know that the third wave of this pandemic is absolutely the most pressing issue for all of us right now, and rightly so, but it has not made our privacy concerns go away. Indeed, this pandemic has had the opposite effect, given that most, if not just about all of us, our lives, most of our lives have moved online, from work to worship to shopping to social gatherings. I'll tell you that this is a front and center sort of issue. Davenport residents are not comfortable entrusting all of their data into the black hole of the internet, managed mainly by big multinational tech giants. These companies have been operating with outdated regulations, with limited transparency. But as Canadians right now, we do have a choice. We are all used to, but as Canadians right now, we have no choice. We're all used to downloading apps or signing up for things online that come with long privacy policies and consent requests. Now, I don't know about you, Mr. Speaker, but most of us don't have time to read all of these online terms and conditions that are often in legalese and not easy to understand. And that's why I'm really happy that Bill C-11 requires plain language consent requests. We're also too used to being peppered with targeted ads and content based on the websites we visit, and with no consent or even knowledge about the algorithms that track our actions. It's absolutely impossible to keep track of how our personal data and how our online actions are being used or abused, whether it's to misinform others or maybe for even more nefarious purposes like identity theft. So that's why, Mr. Speaker, I'm really glad that Bill C-11 is before this House. It marks a huge leap forward in our privacy laws. Canada must do all it can to protect our data of all of our residents, and Canadians should know exactly how their data is used with maximum transparency. We should have the right to manage what data is kept online and what is deleted. Canada must also keep up with the rapid growth of the digital economy. as hundreds of companies and organizations are now handling our personal data. Other countries have already acted. The EU has actually passed the General Data Protection Regulations in 2018, and their rules require that other countries meet their standards in order to do business, to exchange data across borders. And this means that if we want Canadian businesses to continue to have an edge in European markets, we have to modernize our privacy rules. It is absolutely imperative that we move now as aggressively as possible. And for all these reasons, we must pass the Digital Charter Implementation Act. So, Mr. Speaker, what does this bill actually do? First, the bill introduces the new Consumer Privacy Protection Act, which updates the old PPADA Act, which was first passed in 2001. Second, this bill introduces the Personal Information and Data Protection Tribunal Act to create an oversight and enforcement body for the new privacy rules. Third, it retains the measures of Part 2 of PPADA under the new Electronic Documents Act. Now, Mr. Speaker, the measures in this bill are built upon three key goals: consumer control, responsible innovation, and strong enforcement and oversight. And let me just touch very briefly on how the measures in the bill meet each of these goals. First, how do we give consumers more control? Bill C-11 modernizes consent rules and requires companies to ask for consent in plain language, which is great. The bill also gives Canadians the right to data mobility. So that means that you could direct one organization to share certain data with another for a specific reason. So, for example, you could direct your bank to share financial information with another bank. Next, it gives Canadians the right to withdraw their consent for the use of their data. So it would let you direct a company to delete whatever personal information they have about you, and this includes on social media platforms. And this would actually give control of personal data back to Canadians. The bill also clarifies that even information that has been de-identified is still personal information. So even if a company removes your name from your data, this bill ensures that that data still belongs to you. It has to be protected, and companies need your consent to be able to use it. And finally, the bill requires transparency for use of algorithms and AI. It would give every Canadian the right to request an explanation of how and why an automated system made a choice or prediction about you. And I'm hoping, Mr. Speaker, that at some point we are allowed to relay what they can and cannot do with that information. So the second goal is enabling responsible innovation. We want our country to stay globally competitive, support innovation, and unlock the potential of data to create incredible value and improve our lives. But we need to support the innovation in a way that guarantees the right to privacy. The bill simplifies consent rules so that companies are not burdened by seeking consent for every use of information, even when consumers reasonably expect it. So this is good for business, and it also helps Canadians make meaningful choices. Rather than being bombarded by consent requests full of legal jargon, consumers will see plain language requests when it really matters. Bill C-11 also allows Canadians the choice to contribute their data for the common good. It allows businesses to share de-identified data with certain public institutions to power social benefits like public health and infrastructure. Lastly, the bill allows businesses to submit their codes of practice to the Office of the Privacy Commissioner to ensure they comply with the law. And this kind of transparency and streamlined regulation is both good for businesses and good for Canadians. And lastly, the third goal is strong enforcement and oversight. With any new regulations, we absolutely need stronger enforcement and oversight. And indeed, I know that is something that the Office of the Privacy Commissioner has long requested. So what does this bill do, Mr. Speaker? It gives the Commissioner that power, including forcing an organization to comply with privacy laws and ordering a company to stop collecting data for personal information. It also creates the Personal Information and Data Protection Tribunal, and the Privacy Commissioner can also ask the tribunal to impose fines. We would have the stiffest penalties in the G7, and for small transactions, that the fine would be 3% of global revenue or $10 million, whichever is greater. And for more serious violations, the penalty is up to 5% of global revenue or $25 million, whichever is greater. Now, Mr. Speaker, I had mentioned to you that this bill addresses many of I had mentioned to you earlier that Davenport residents have been raising this as a concern to me for 5 years now, and I know that I've received a number of letters from them, and so I just want to sort of pay tribute to all of those that have written to me through the years to indicate that this continues to be an issue, and I know that they will be very happy to hear that we are moving forward on this legislation. So I'll conclude, Mr. Speaker. I believe that this bill is the first of many steps our federal government will take to protect Canadians' privacy and harness our country's potential in the digital age. Our current privacy laws were passed in 2001, and in 20 years, the pace of change left those laws badly out of date. We will need to keep doing more to stay on top of rapid changes, both looking at the threats and the opportunities. Davenport residents and indeed all Canadians demand that we continue to do all we can to keep our privacy and data security laws updated in a way that protects them while still enabling data to be used for innovation and economic growth. In 2019, we set out a vision for the Internet and the Digital Charter. That vision is of an internet that serves the public good and guarantees certain rights, like the right to control and consent, the right to transparency and portability, and the use of data for the common good, and the need for strong enforcement accountability. I'm proud that our government has introduced this bill to implement the Digital Charter and guarantee these rights to Canadians. We have seen big new challenges, and we have stepped up with real solutions. And I ask all my colleagues for the speedy passage of this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member opposite for her speech. And I am also very glad to see that, we're trying to update the legislation to reflect our digital reality. But in her comments about the Privacy Commissioner and the additional powers that have been given, I wondered, we've seen quite a number of privacy data breaches from the federal government. And so, especially from Canada Revenue Agency. So would the Privacy Commissioner have the ability under this legislation to fine the government or actually to order the government to stop collecting private information because it's not adequately protected?
Well, Member for Davenport.
Well, I want to thank the honourable member for her excellent question. I can assure you that is, it doesn't matter whether it's the federal government or any level of government, we're all really concerned about any type of these breaches. The honest answer to your question is I actually don't know if the Office of the Privacy Commissioner is able to. I will ask about that. My sense is that is what we're trying to do. So I would hope that it would also incorporate the federal government and the different levels of government. So I don't know the answer to that. I hope it would be the case, but I know that it does have the power to order our businesses to be able to do that. So I will look into it and I will get back to the honourable member. Thank you for the question.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for the speech. No, I think what the Conservative member said, but it is accurate. But I have another question. When it comes to identifying people, there's nothing in the bill that forces banks or other institutions to have a serious system for identifying people, or that would push them to have fines, for example. So would the government be open to a series of amendments that would lead to that effect? Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the honourable member for his excellent question. I think that one of the reasons I'm anxious to sort of move forward this legislation is I think that it's good to have these types of discussions in committee. I think that if there are improvements to be had, and if there's ways that we could even strengthen what I think is already an excellent bill, I think there's always an opportunity to be able to do so at committee. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for her speech, and as we know, big corporate data privacy breaches are becoming more common every year, and Canadians are concerned about how the big tech giants like Facebook are collecting and using information, and privacy is now a household issue that really affects everyone. My concerns are around the private rights of action, and which would allow individuals and groups of consumers to seek compensation in court, which is being effectively used in the United States to remedy violations. But it's unnecessarily so burdensome in Bill C-11 that it effectively makes it unusable. For example, if the Privacy Commissioner does not investigate and rule on a complaint, an individual has no right of action. If the Privacy Commissioner does investigate and rule on a complaint, but the tribunal does not uphold it, the individual has no right of action. Additionally, if a 2-year timeline is exceeded for whatever reason, the individual loses their right of action, basically making it a right only in theory, but not in practice. Does my colleague agree that the bill needs to be amended to fix this?
The honourable member for Davenport.
Mr. Speaker, thank you so much. And I want to thank the honourable member for his excellent question. Believe me, I'm very concerned about data and ensuring that Canadians have complete control over the data that they're sharing, who uses their personal data and for what purposes. So I will say to you, it is a fundamental objective of this of this bill to give control and consent, to ensure transparency, portability, and interoperability, and to have strong enforcement and real accountability. If there are some additional measures that the honourable member thinks should be considered, I would suggest that be brought up in committee.
We have time just for a very short question for the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Put to the honourable member this quote from Jim Basile from an article in March in the National Post. Quote, "The algorithms that push this content are addictive by design and exploit negative emotions, or as Facebook insiders say, our algorithms exploit the human brain's attraction to divisiveness," close quote. This bill doesn't address that problem. I asked my honourable colleague if the government's open to amendments in committee to deal with this aspect of the dark web.
Member for Davenport.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable member for her excellent question. I will tell you that the point that you brought up is something that I personally worry about as well. It really bothers me that my actions online sort of are fed into some sort of an algorithm or some sort of an AI system, and then it's kind of translated in specific ways that I actually have no control over. I would like to believe, and I do believe, that all these types of amendments would be very open to consideration within committee.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm honored today to speak to this particular topic, C11. And data privacy. Many of Parliament know, and Mr. Speaker, can you hear me? I trust you can. Thank you. Many in Parliament know the previous work that's been done by the Access to Information Privacy and Ethics Committee. We dealt with this in 2018 around Facebook and Cambridge Analytica. We came together in London for the first meeting of the International Grand Committee, which represented 9 nations and close to 500 million people. We've all seen how data manipulation can be misused by big tech, and our efforts in the International Grand Committee were really to set the stage for what can we do together to really push back on some of big tech's practices and hopefully reform those practices. And I'd like to just especially, I think as a chair of that particular committee, I was especially pleased with the efforts of all the partisans in the room, members Beaches, East York, members like Timmins from Timmins James Bay, my own colleague from Thornhill, and many others that really took this on as we care about all Canadians' data and data's Canadians' privacy. But I will speak to the bill, C11. It's laudable that it's in attempts to really combat some of these concerns that we have and really to crack down on some of those practices that have been concerning for many years. It deals with things like algorithmic accountability, has been mentioned by some colleagues on the floor today, personal access to their data, de-identification of information, certification programs for big tech, so there's a certain set of standards to be followed. And some of these moves have already been taken up by some of big tech. They're doing this on their own to some extent. Stiffer penalties are recognized in C11. and private right of action is also recognized. But there's many other things that I'd say, Mr. Speaker, that I'm concerned about that just simply aren't in the bill. Or there's huge exemptions that freight trains can run through that really neutralize the bill in many respects. So first of all, I think I'd like to just speak to, privacy as a human right, I think is the number one thing that I don't see in the bill, that many have said from our efforts, it needs to be foundational to any legislation is privacy as a human right. Conservatives, I will just say, recently passed policy that deals with this exact principle. The CPC believes digital data privacy is a fundamental right that urgently requires strengthened legislation protections and enforcement. Canadians must have the right to access and control collection, use, monitoring, retention, and disclosure of their personal data. International violations should receive enforcement assistance from the Canadian government. So clearly, this is a concern by many. We've heard from countless witnesses, countless experts. Jim Balsillie has been mentioned here already this morning, warning us if we don't take this seriously, what can happen again if we don't. So I'll talk about the exemptions that I think concern me in the bill. And this is, and I'll start right from, I'll just show for the audience, this is the bill. It's very well highlighted for some of the errors that are in it, but here we go. Exceptions to requirement for consent. Meaningful consent is another principle that we really need to address in the bill. And it's been mentioned already. It's one thing, one of your children might have an app that they like to play games on, and all that's done to basically hand over their data is just a little checkbox in order to play the game. And so we call that meaningful consent. And so this bill says it attempts to fix that, but let me just go over the exemptions. Exceptions to requirement for consent. An organization may collect or use an individual's personal information without their knowledge or consent if the collection or use is made for a business activity described in subsection 2. And those subsection 2, this is what those subsection 2 say. So these are exempt now from meaningful consent. An activity that is necessary to provide or deliver a product or service that the individual has requested from the organization. An activity that is carried out in the exercise of due diligence to prevent or reduce an organization's commercial risk. An activity that is necessary for the organization's information system or network security. An activity that is necessary for the safety of a product or service that the organization provides or delivers. And these are all exempt. An activity in the course of which obtaining the individual's consent would be impracticable because the organization does not have direct relationship with the individual. And this is the big one, any other prescribed activity. So I appreciate the Liberal members stating in this whole bill is an effort to get us in a better place around data privacy in Canada. But with exemptions like that in the legislation, they need to be addressed. And I guess this is where, we have talked about too, about getting this to industry committee. That's where we tried to get it as our party to really have a good fulsome discussion on what are the good parts of C11 and also what are the parts that need to be fixed and strengthened. But sadly, this government has decided instead of putting it where it should be in industry, it sent it to ethics. And some of the audience today might understand why, in that this government's many ethical lapses and failures, they would like to use up all the time they possibly can with other legislation like C11, where really there should be ethics violations discussed at Ethics Committee. So it's unfortunate that being that this is going to get pushed to Ethics Committee, my hope for legitimate changes to this legislation might be muted by a rush to get through it and not give it its diligence as many Canadians are expecting that it should. So anyway, Mr. Chair, I just want to thank again the Canadians that have come to me over the years that have really talked about their concerns around the way our data is collected. I've coined the term many years ago now, our data online is essentially our digital DNA. and it's who we are online. And we need to do all we can to protect Canadians' information and data. And in this new era of social media but being the public square, we need to do our diligence as legislators to make sure that that's protected as much as we can. And unfortunately, the effort is, again, laudable, but just simply falls short. And that's why, again, we, from our perspective, will see it go to committee and hopefully changes can be made there. And there's an old saying, don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. And Mr. Speaker, I don't think we can call this legislation good quite yet. So I don't know how much time do I have left, Speaker? 2 minutes. So I just wanted to thank some of the guests, I guess, that we've had before that, you know, there's been some discussion that there hasn't been enough heard around privacy and digital issues online, and that we've had countless experts from Canada. We've heard from experts around the world. We've heard from Shoshana Zuboff. We've heard from many witnesses at our International Grand Committee that really set the blueprint of what can be done with digital and data privacy. We have a way to make it better. Our very own privacy commissioner has made many suggestions that we see some of that in this legislation around increased fines for big tech, that if they misuse your data or have lapses in that they, again, will have to have much stiffer penalties applied than was before, but still it falls short. And so again, my hope is that it gets to committee and that committee gets a real good eye on it and gets some chances to propose some fixes to, again, those exemptions and other holes in the legislation. So thanks again, Mr. Speaker, and I look forward to any questions. Thank you.
Questions and comments? We'll go first to the Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the Honourable Member for Prince George, Peace River, and I may be known around this place to rarely agree with each other, but I want to salute him for his leadership on this work. We are 100% aligned that we need to do much more to, and in his words, deal with the appropriation without consent of our digital DNA. And I hope that I agree with him that this is unfortunately going to ethics instead of industry, but it's one of those files that's a bit has feet in both committees. I wonder what he thinks the most important amendment to make to this legislation will be, or whether we should scrap it and start over, as some critics are suggesting.
Member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Yeah, I'd like to thank the member for her comments and her kind words as well. I think the most important is to recognize privacy as a fundamental right or a property right. It needs to be recognized with that significance. And really the rest comes from that at the top of the pyramid. Because if that fundamental ideal isn't there, then many other reasons can be made to not legislate appropriately. But if that starts as the foundation, I think we have a great place to go from there. That recognizing the recognition of how serious data is, and that it really does, it is really our digital DNA, and we need to protect it as such, and apply rules to big tech and other companies that use it, so they use it appropriately.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his comments. The Bill C-11 comments from the Privacy Commissioner has stated that he's concerned with respect to the government's new definition for commercial activity and consent rules. And the current bill is actually much less in terms of protection for privacy than that of the previous definition. I wonder whether or not the member could comment on that, and whether or not he shares those concerns, and with that, whether or not obviously the government should be making amendments in this regard.
The Honourable Member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Yeah, I do share those concerns. I've gotten to know with our work as the former ethics chair, I've gotten to know our privacy commissioner well professionally, and have really heard the cases made for having stringent protocols around data. And again, this bill is supposed to deal with those concerns. And again, what I listed off by the exceptions, even to the requirement for consent, that, use the analogy you want, but a truck could drive through. And so when there's huge exceptions for uses of data, this bill should really tighten up those exceptions, not open them more widely and more broadly. So I think that this is, again, what needs to be addressed in committee, and that my hope is that they will be in ethics.
Some comments. The Honourable Member for Provencher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank the honourable member from Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies for his speech, and for bringing to the attention of his House some of the errancy of what's Bill C-11. In particular, he noted that this bill should be heading to the Industry Committee, and it's finding its way because of the Liberals trying to prevent the Ethics Committee from doing its work on other very important issues of scandals. And so I want to recognize that, I acknowledge that. But the member also talked about some exceptions inside the bill that make it less effective than it should be. And I'm just wondering if there's any exceptions in particular that he finds particularly grievous.
Yeah,
member.
Thank you. Thank you for the question from Provencher. Yeah, I think there's many provisions there that might even be, again, legitimate, depending on whether the person's given that, between a bank and a person that deals with that bank, that's an agreed upon arrangement. But when there's an exception in place, like where it says the organization may collect or use an individual's personal information without their knowledge or consent, if the collection or use is made for business activity described in subsection 2, and that description is for any other prescribed activity. That essentially means the door is wide open for whatever that corporation wants to use that person's data for, any other prescribed activity. If it decides that, hey, we want to use it for X or Y or Z, that's up to the corporation, and it doesn't appear that that's up to the decision of the individual. And things like this need to be tightened up in the extreme. It needs to be, we need to also make things where, we're consumers that want to use their data and give corporations the use of their data for a good reason, that's allowed, but that it's got high fences so that corporation just can't use it for anything else to be sold. Or I think the biggest concern that I, with all our understanding of data, is people being manipulated by our data. And, our kids being manipulated by our data, ever increasing times on smart devices, and that is concerning to, I think, everybody in Canada. And we just need to make sure that corporations are kept, only using data that they're allowed to, and in ways that they are allowed to.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to be here today and to contribute to this debate on C-11. I'll start by saying, Mr. Speaker, I've kind of reached the point in my political career. I've been here 4 years now, hard to believe. I just had my 4-year anniversary on April 3rd that I've been serving the good people of Calgary-Midnapore, which I'm so fortunate to do. And I've kind of arrived at the place, Mr. Speaker, where if I really don't believe that the messenger themselves are sincere, I have a really hard time believing the message. It's really hard for me to think about the policy, understand the policy, if I don't have a lot of good faith in the individual or entity from which it is coming from. And I think there stems one of the two struggles that I have with this bill, Mr. Speaker. The first one being, I don't genuinely believe in the sincerity of this government to protect Canadians. And I've seen this from many perspectives, both past and present, and I'll get that into that a little bit more in my speaking. And my second concern, which again falls into sort of a generalization, but still remains for me, is that I see this government doing things in a half-hearted effort. And I believe this kind of is along the same line of my first point of the insincerity. When I refer to my past experience with this, Mr. Speaker, what I'm really drawing upon is my time as the shadow minister for democratic institutions. And C11 is relevant to that time for a couple of reasons here. The first being that during my time as shadow minister for democratic institutions, this is when the digital charter was announced. And this was a piece of, if not legislation, certainly an important policy announcement, which was supposed to carry a lot of weight with it. This was at the time that we were debating Bill C-76, which would have major implications on future elections. And the digital conversation, along with foreign interference and foreign influence, had a lot to contribute to that discussion around Bill C-76 at this time. So when the current Minister of Industry did his announcement at that time, along with the current Minister of Democratic Institutions, it felt very flat. It felt as though it was very frankly one of those commercials you would see for children on Saturday morning, or I guess since the current government likes to insult conservative institutions so much, perhaps a video you would see from PragerU, but it really didn't come across to me with a lot of sincerity and a lot of teeth. It just sort of seemed to do what this government likes to do, which is a lot of virtue signaling. As well, the second element from democratic institutions that this bill reminds me of is the tribunal composition. And it always makes me a little concerned whenever the government goes to create a body which has any type of implications as to the directions of the lives or industry of Canadians. And I'm thinking of the Debates Commission at that time, which I believe significantly impacted the debates framework in the last election. And if we look back now, interestingly enough, I recall the question from the Member of Parliament for Provencher to the previous speaker, who was on this Debates Commission, Mr. Speaker? Well, it was in fact one of the Kielburger brothers. So it's very interesting that we find this here today. And as we have seen, Mr. Speaker, this is one thing, even within the framework of the C11 legislation, is that I'm concerned about, and that is that this government always finds a way to take care of their friends. And we've seen this, Mr. Speaker, be it with SNC, the implications of that, which we are still dealing with here today as we go through the pandemic, with Mr. Bayless, of course, the former member of parliament here, and of course which has been alluded to before, the We Charity scandal, where the previous speaker indicated, unfortunately, this is being sent to ethics rather than industry in an effort to delay that. So even in the context of C11 and what this is supposed to do, I do worry about the government taking care of their friends. Now, I mentioned how the second part of my concern is that this government does everything half-heartedly. And I believe that this legislation includes that without question. We look at the possibility of information being shared with other parties. This act still does allow an organization to transfer an individual's personal information to a service provider without their knowledge or consent. Regarding the right to have the collecting party delete collected information on request, it somewhat deals with that, but I know certainly myself, when I've even tried to unsubscribe in some situations, it's definitely been unsuccessful. We also see this, Mr. Speaker, in this bill with the right to opt out of the sale of personal information, where in fact an organization may transfer an individual's personal information to a service provider, again, without their consent or knowledge. So this is a theme, Mr. Speaker, that I'm seeing in terms of the government addressing things half-heartedly, and C11 definitely falls within this. But then also, Mr. Speaker, I think we have seen this half-hearted response with the pandemic from the very beginning in terms of the government eliminating the warning system just prior to the pandemic's arrival, to the return of personal protective equipment, which showed such a lack of foresight for the necessity of its use. Not months later, the slow closing of borders, which we saw at the very beginning, which in my position as Shadow Minister for Transit transport. I've seen incredible draconian measures which were inserted as a result of a poor response earlier on. And this is the same with just about any situation in life, Mr. Speaker. The longer you allow something to fester, the greater response it requires later on. And unfortunately, Canadians are paying the price for the inaction. Rapid testing and, of course, vaccines, which is a complete failure of this government and of the Prime Minister. And I want to say to any Canadian out there who is listening to this speech, if you are upset because your business is closed, if you are upset because your children are at home and are not at school, if you are upset because you haven't seen your family in 6 months, 1 year, 18 months, if you're upset because there is a third wave, it is the fault of the Prime Minister for so poorly preparing for the later stages of this pandemic. And this is another half-hearted response, which I have referred to, Mr. Speaker. We've also seen this, unfortunately, within Defense Committee, Mr. Speaker, whereby this government was willing to turn their backs on women all across the country in not believing the stories. And yet they're willing to investigate the unfortunate situation of the member for Pontiac, who is an incredible individual, might I say. My husband and I had the good fortune of traveling to Israel with him. And I will stand in solidarity with him. In kindergarten, I was painting a picture, and when I was done, I had taken off my smock and was standing there in my slip when my good friend, Kim Crocker, who I later had the pleasure of serving in Students' Council with in in high school at Beaverbrook, said to me, "You're standing there in your slip," as all the fine women of Calgary, Midnapore did wear at that time. But my point being, they have turned their backs on women in defense, in the Defense Committee as well. But, Mr. Speaker, if there is something good to be said about this piece of legislation, I will say again, in my capacity as Shadow Minister for Transport, I have had many right to repair organizations which have come to me, the second repair shops, the small little repair shops across rural Canada, in the suburbs of Canada, who have said that Canadians have the right to own their data. And I know colleagues, even within the Conservative Party, will argue if this is a property right and a human right. And as we advance in the digital age, Mr. Speaker, I believe more and more that this is a human right, that our history of data will one day be almost synonymous with our DNA. So I will leave it there, Mr. Speaker. Again, I feel as though this government, I don't believe in their sincerity of protecting Canadians. I believe that so much that they do is a half-hearted effort. And for both of these reasons, I stand here today in regards to C11 with certainly a lot of questions about the legislation, but the belief that I am not certain if this legislation goes far enough. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Before we get to questions and comments, I see the honourable member for Cloverdale Langley City is indicating a point of order. The honourable member.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm rising today in response to the point of order made by the member for Don Valley West. As I said to the member on Friday, the Bible verse I quoted was in reference to hypocrisy, which has been a common interpretation of that passage, as the member for Don Valley West himself acknowledges this morning. Last week, I called to apologize to the member for the misunderstanding, and I'd like to extend that apology to all members of the House and anyone in the LGBTQ community who took offense. The quote I used was certainly not intended in the way it's being portrayed, and I'm glad to have the chance to clarify. I unreservedly apologize. Thank you.
I thank the honourable member for Cloverdale Langley City for her additional comments on the matter. We'll now go to questions and comments, and I see the honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When the member started her speech, she pretty much started it with the same way that she ended it, which was she said, and I quote, "I don't believe the government's sincerity to protect Canadians." I just find that quote so incredibly troubling, Mr. Speaker. I think it's one thing to come into this House and to debate policy and to challenge each other to make better laws and better policies, but to suggest that somebody lacks sincerity to do good is just taking it to a whole new level. If she doesn't think that the government is sincere in its desire to protect Canadians, well, could she then share with us what she thinks the government is trying to do, apparently maliciously, to Canadians? I think what she means is she's not happy with the legislation, but I don't think she means that the government and this side of the House lacks the sincerity to try. Could she clarify that?
For Calgary Midnapore.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you very much to the member for Kingston and the Islands, who we're also familiar with at this point. And he's right. No, I do question the sincerity, I guess, but more important for Canadians as we head into this spring and this summer, since the end of the session and into the summer. I question their competence, and I think that's even just as important, if not more so. Right? There is always the two questions. Are they evil or are they incompetent? Evil's a strong word, so I certainly won't touch upon that. But incompetence for certain over and over again here. So to the member of Kingston, the Islands, yeah, he is correct. I would actually say it is perhaps more incompetence than insincerity. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for La Pointe de l'Île. Yes, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to hear what the member could say about 2 points. First, this bill admits an important element in terms of protecting online ID, in terms of identity theft of individuals, and also the fact that the government is not cleaning up its own house because the bill does not concern the federal government, even though online identity theft is clearly deficient. The honourable member for Calgary Midnapore.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for his question. Yes, I did say with the digital charter and also with C11, this is not the only thing we've seen. It's not enough. It doesn't go far enough. And I think all bills, this is the case, but there is some latitude. And with most of my speeches, I've been many examples where we can see that it doesn't go far enough. And in my opinion, it started 2-3 years ago with the digital charter, but I think we can see it with C11 as well. It's a good start, but we're not doing enough. Thank you. We do have time for one quick question. The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her intervention. I agree with her. I think we absolutely need to protect people's data. My concern, certainly I have the same sort of concerns with this current government. I had the same concerns as well with the Conservative government as well, because they also failed to act, and now people's private information is getting out in droves now. I was wondering if she could respond to that. Thank you.
Honourable member for Calgary Midnapore.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague from Winnipeg Centre for the question. I had the pleasure of serving on HuMA with her, and I certainly hope that she's doing well. Unfortunately, we've never had a federal New Democratic Party government, and so I wouldn't be able to comment on their performance had it ever occurred in Canadian history. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it is an honor to be able to join in debate on this important issue, the Data Charter Implementation Act. And certainly I will be diving into what is an incredibly, well, it's large in terms of the size of the bill and addresses a large spectrum of some of the issues that we face in the world in which we live. have been exacerbated by COVID, as so much of what we do, whether it be in this place, and the evidence of that is the fact that I am participating in this debate from Battle River Crowfoot in Alberta. The fact that digital has really been transformed over the last number of months with COVID before us. And certainly I will be getting into different aspects of the bill, some of the things that I think are laudable, and then some of the concerns that I have. But Mr. Speaker, it's interesting, and I saw the previous member who did a great job on her speech from Calgary. But I would note that you saw in her background there was snow on the ground. And Mr. Speaker, that's certainly one of the interesting things about our country, where it's often joked that if you wait a few minutes, the weather will change. And that certainly has been the case in East Central Alberta. So I would like to take a moment of my time to talk about the wildfires that did start and were a part of what has really consumed a significant amount of time over the last number of days. It's been very dry in Battle River Crowfoot since the snow melted, and although there's been some moisture that has lessened the likelihood of those fires, I wanted to take a moment to thank all of those firefighters, volunteer and volunteer professionals. Mr. Speaker, it is often a misconception that volunteer firefighters are somehow inferior to their full-time counterparts in the city. Mr. Speaker, there was one example, and there's been a number of grass fires over the last week or so in Battle River Crowfoot, but one particularly large one had a tremendous response. I believe there was 4 or 5 fire departments from different small communities that reached out and worked together, along with hundreds of community volunteers that put out this particular fire. And I would note, Mr. Speaker, how important it is that we take fire safety seriously at a time when moisture is certainly needed. And although there was a little bit here over the weekend, I received more than just a few comments that there rarely are people thankful for snow in April. But for those who saw the threat of fire, they were thankful for the moisture that came over this past weekend. And I would, just as a reminder to all of those watching, to be careful when you are out in rural areas when there is such a threat of fire as there is today, and thank all of those who put their lives on the line to protect folks in this area and across Canada from the threat of fire. So, Mr. Speaker, on to the substance of what we're debating here today. It's interesting as we look at Bill C-11, and there's the 2 major parts of this bill. Part 1 that enacts Consumer Privacy Protection Act and various aspects that are involved with the protection of personal privacy. And certainly at a time when everything we do is online, it is a significant topic of conversation that needs to be discussed. And then part 2 enacts the Personal Information and Data Protection Tribunal Act, which establishes a tribunal to hear appeals related to personal information and privacy. See, Mr. Speaker, it's interesting as the world has become more digital, the fact that so much of our lives is detailed online, and further that so much of the information we see goes through a filter. I use often, as I hear from constituents who will talk to me about the things they see on Facebook or other social media platforms, even the advertisements that they see when they Google something, or the fact that we even refer to searching for a term on the internet as Googling. Speaks to how the extent to which our information is online, and certainly we see that there is the need for stronger protections to ensure that Canadians' data and their information, that their rights, ultimately, that their rights are protected. And certainly we've had a lot of conversation around privacy as a human right. And what I would suggest further, the property rights are in terms of data that is online. And we see Bill C-11 as an attempt to address that. Now, when you look through, and I've listened with great interest to some of the Liberal speeches on on this matter, and a lot of the points that they bring up are certainly laudable in their goals. However, I think that the proof will be in the implementation, and there's certainly a lack of clarity and a lack of concrete measures that are outlined here for the sake of ensuring that what is talked about in the preamble and in the words that are spoken by the minister and various Liberal members, to ensure that those goals, those ideas are actually translated into actionable items that do what's best for the interests of Canadians, and with particular concern on an issue like this. Mr. Speaker, we have seen unprecedented scandal, mismanagement, and a level of access to the highest offices of this land by those who can afford to pay, those who happen to have the Prime Minister and his staff on speed dial. And in a bill like this, where billions of dollars are at stake, corporate interests, it should force every Canadian to pause and say, okay, when they say that this will be implemented and it will be informed by regulation, the process between a bill's implementation and ensuring that it's effectively implemented through regulation, what sort of lobbying will take place and who will benefit? Mr. Speaker, I think that these are valid questions that need to be asked. And certainly we have seen that there is very little trust that the Liberals have with Canadians when it comes to ensuring that it's actually Canadians' best interests are served when they're getting phone calls from their well-connected friends and businesses that they associate with. So certainly, as this bill, I'm sure, will likely go to committee, these are the sorts of questions that have to be asked to ensure that when it comes to the data and privacy of Canadians, when it comes to online, when it comes to some of the transparency mechanisms, that every aspect of that is clearly parsed out so that Canadians can trust that it's not simply that the regulations aren't simply being sold to the highest bidder or those who have the most expensive lobbyists and lawyers that happen to be able to get FaceTime with those in the Prime Minister's office. And now some will suggest that this is cynical or simply not true. Well, Mr. Speaker, we could go through a long list of those failures as it's been outlined over the last 5 years of Liberal scandal and mismanagement. And Mr. Speaker, none is more obvious on that front than the reality. And I say reality because using definitive language like that is often what can get politicians into trouble. But it is the reality, Mr. Speaker, that there is a clear call to ban Huawei from Canada's 5G network. Yet the Liberals, the government, has refused to act on that simple demand, and it leaves one to draw conclusions about who is able to influence their decision-making processes. And certainly Conservatives have and will continue to stand up for the rights of Canadians. That includes the right for Canadians to have privacy online. And although, as I see, Mr. Speaker, my time is nearing an end, there are some laudable goals in this, and certainly I would suggest that all parliamentarians here believe that we need to address the issues that are brought up in this legislation. We have to ensure that we do it. And I will simply say as well that the Liberals will, without a doubt, and as I believe they already have today, will blame the opposition for delay tactics to block committees and various other things. Well, Mr. Speaker, the reality is that we have seen time and time again that the Liberals will bring something forward like a bill and will demand it be passed. And even though the very reason for some of those delays are entirely of their own making, and yet when they later learn that they made mistakes that could have been identified through things like full democratic discourse and comprehensive committee research, and specifically to note the fact that earlier today the Liberals blocked a motion that would have sent this to the industry committee Mr. Speaker, there is reason why this deserves full consideration, and certainly Conservatives are doing our part to ensure that we have a fulsome debate, to ensure that Canadians get the answers that they need on this important subject. Mr. Speaker, I look forward to questions.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. There are thousands or even millions of applications, and some of those applications use games, for example, or questionnaires to get people's attention, and then to get people's information from their contact lists, for example. And when the user confirms that, you know, when they agree to all of the terms and conditions, well, then their contact lists are sent to an organization or a business of some sort. So I'd like to hear what my colleague has to say about some of those shortcomings in the bill in limiting those applications. The Honourable Member.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the question, as I think it emphasizes how complex the series of issues surrounding digital privacy are. Whether it be an application that a child installs on a phone, and when you click that agree, that button, and rarely do people read the sometimes thousands of pages of terms and conditions that you agree to. Sometimes it is certainly enlightening to even just take a moment and see what one is agreeing to. And although there have been steps taken by the private sector to address some of those things, for example, app stores having verified apps versus unverified apps and whatnot, this touches on the whole host of challenges associated with ensuring that there is digital privacy, and that Canadians ultimately have a right to ensure that their data is protected. And then further to that, Mr. Speaker, and I'll wrap up to this, that so often digital information does not necessarily have clear borders. So this is not only something that is a Canadian issue, it's a world issue, especially as servers exist often in different jurisdictions, and the many challenges that exist around that. And that's why this debate today, Mr. Speaker, is so important.
Questions and comments? Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member won't be surprised to hear that I'm disappointed in some of the remarks that he made during his intervention, but towards the end there, he expressed displeasure with the fact that the House didn't pass a unanimous consent motion that was brought forward, and that we stopped it. Well, we also put one forward that was identical, that this bill can go to the committee which it's been assigned towards. And I mean, I know that there are some discrepancies and different opinions as to where the bill should go, but you know, even the member from Saanich Gulf Islands said that this bill has toes or feet in both committees. But more importantly, when he talked about what's been going on in this House, I mean, geez, there are so many pieces of legislation that I'd like to see us discuss here, like conversion therapy. You know, it took us, because of conservative stall tactics, about 7 months to pass the fall economic statement. Does the member really believe that it's the Liberals that have been slowing down the legislative process in the House?
Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
There it is again, Mr. Speaker. You know, I find it unsurprising but incredibly troubling, the sort of rhetoric that comes from that side of the House, and especially when the simple answer to this question is 35 days delay. That is the legacy of a prime minister that is covering up his We Charity scandal. 35 days delay because of prorogation. The government is in charge of the legislative agenda of this House, and it is incumbent upon every member of Parliament to stand up for their constituents and ensure that their voices are heard. And Mr. Speaker, to hear the honourable member across the way speak so flippantly about somehow this being a conservative problem, well, Mr. Speaker, he couldn't be more wrong. He and all members of the government should look in the mirror and acknowledge that this is a Liberal problem. And further, there have been bills related to COVID relief programs that have had to come back to this House 3 separate times. When it comes to the debate, had there been fulsome democratic discourse in the beginning, Mr. Speaker, it wouldn't have had to come back 3 times to fix liberal mistakes. So, Mr. Speaker, I will take no lessons from the members opposite about somehow them blaming Conservatives for delay, when the reality is they're in government and it's their mistakes that are causing these problems, and 35 days delay because of the Prime Minister covering up his prorogation and We Charity scandals.
Resuming debate, the honourable members for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm always honored to participate in parliamentary debates, especially with the important and pressing topic which we have in front of us today. Stronger legal protection for both consumer protection and data privacy needs to be improved, and this is impossible to deny. So it might be tempting to say that Bill C-11 is timely, but instead we should be clear with ourselves that it is well past time for us to address these issues. The kind of improvements Canadians need are long overdue, and this government has been slow to act. For years, the Liberals have done a lot of talking about it, but it always seems to take a while for them to get around to doing anything. While they've been talking about a digital charter for years, this bill was introduced back in November, and 5 months later, we have had still very little time to debate it in second reading so far, and it is my hope that they are looking at various ways to possibly amend this bill to get it right. As the official opposition, we want to actually get things done for Canadians. As the world becomes more digital and interconnected, it is extremely important to make sure people are fully protected in every possible way. In this process, filled as it is with the promise and potential of amazing developments with technology, there are also risks. Each new form of connection can also provide openings to be used against people. Besides the usual bad actors who are always looking for any new occasion to commit crimes, there are more subtle trends which, if we are not careful to check them, can work against everyday people's best interests, such as through invasive levels of data collection. To put it simply, people are not products, and we have to make sure they are never treated as such. As Canadians, we must always ensure that our society upholds fundamental rights and truths. Every person, whether they're acting as a customer or a private citizen, should have the ability to manage their affairs as they see fit and decide for themselves who will have access to their property. They should not find themselves in a position where they're living at the mercy of powerful interests, whether it is private or the public sector. So we should expect to see stronger protections for privacy and for personal information. And there is some clear language in this bill to do with corporations and institutions. But more importantly, what about when people are interacting with the government? Or, much more importantly, what about when the government decides to interact with the people, whether they want it or not? We do not have to go too far back into the past to remember when Statistics Canada wanted to look through Canadians' bank accounts and financial information, which begs the question, how will this kind of thing be handled going forward under this legislation? Of course, there's a lot more that could be said about the many ethical scandals directly coming out of this government over the last 5 years. It isn't any wonder that people will be second-guessing the government's commitment to handling their information. Let's go back, though, to what is already in the bill for private entities. More than words, we need better and stronger protection in action. Is that what we can expect? A few weeks ago, the Privacy Commissioner spoke on Bill C-11. He said, and I'll quote, "The government has set out important objectives for the bill, including increasing consumers' control over their data, enabling responsible innovation, and establishing quick and effective remedies, including the ability to impose significant financial penalties. I support these objectives. Unfortunately, my analysis of the bill's provisions leads me to conclude that they would not be achieved." With further definitions and allowances made under this bill, he goes further to say, this would result in less consumer control than under the current law. He also points out some of the new consent exceptions are too broad or ill-defined to foster responsible innovation. In particular, he says, one new exception is based solely on the impracticality of obtaining consent. Such an approach would render the principle of consent meaningless. So again, what will get done for Canadians? I want to support this bill because of what it should be doing, but these types of points expressed by the Commissioner need to be thoroughly addressed in committee. Canadians deserve greater clarity from this process. Aside from the government's own activities and operations, along with those of its various agencies, we have to question how much of a priority it is to protect Canadians from external threats to their privacy and security. How have they handled Huawei? Might be the best example. While the Liberals talk a big game when it comes to Canadians' privacy, their inaction on one of the most important and recent privacy concerns with Huawei shows that they do not actually take serious action. Remember that last fall, the opposition parties passed a motion calling on the government to decide whether Huawei would be allowed to participate in Canada's 5G infrastructure. The government has not only ignored Parliament on this issue, but also ignored Canada's most important strategic allies. The rest of the Five Eyes Alliance have taken decisive action to either ban or significantly curtail the role of Huawei in their telecommunications infrastructure. Yet, the Liberal government has not listened to their warnings. The United States, in particular, has played a vital role in pushing back against Chinese incursions into democratic nations' security and their citizens' privacy. Based on their security intelligence, they have warned Canada that including Huawei's technology in our 5G networks would compromise our national security and the integrity of the Five Eyes partnership. And yet, the Prime Minister has done nothing. The Liberal government must finally have the courage to stand up to China and ban Huawei from participating in our 5G network. While the government may pretend that banning Huawei's participation would limit Canada's access to 5G, the reality is that there are safer options. Last June, for instance, Bell Canada announced a partnership with Ericsson to help develop their 5G network across the country. Ericsson, of course, is based out of Sweden, with whom we have excellent diplomatic relations. Both Sweden and Canada are dedicated to advocating for human rights around the world. TELUS also partnered with Ericsson in addition to Nokia and Samsung. Comparatively, Huawei has a proven track record with breaking the law and stealing information. In fact, Huawei was indicted by the American Department of Justice. To quote from their statement at the time, they charged Huawei for, quote, stealing U.S. technology, conspiracy, wire fraud, bank fraud, racketeering, and helping Iran to evade sanctions, amongst other charges, end quote. So the Communist Party of China is the greatest threat to Western nations' national security and to the integrity of our institutions. If the government does not prevent Huawei from playing a role in our 5G networks, they'll be giving the CCP a leg up in their quest to establish themselves as the world's next superpower. Canadians are nervous about the role that China is playing in their lives and the CCP's access to their personal information, and they should be. We know that Huawei has close ties to the governing regime. Their founder is even a member of the CCP. This is the same oppressive government which, according to the allegations of our own citizens or residents, has harassed them while living here or has threatened their families in China. When 5G finally takes off across the country, millions of Canadians' personal information will be transmitted through telecommunications infrastructure. We cannot in any way allow the Chinese government to get their hands on that critical information. There's something else that I have to say about the failure of this government to provide for rural Canada and for the needs of my constituents. The first principle of the digital charter is universal access. It needs to be said that this government is failing to deliver on this need for rural and remote areas. Universal Broadband Fund has been delay after delay after delay. Mr. Speaker, how much time do I have left?
Sure, if the honourable member saw that, but around 2 minutes.
Around 2 minutes? Well, thank you very much. Yeah, so I mean, I could speak on and on about various issues that are ongoing here. Again, rural broadband, as it is listed in the charter, the universal access side to it is extremely important. You know, at this time of year, it's for many people back home, they're looking to get into seeding to get the crops in for the year. And we're starting to see more and more how broadband and cell coverage is such an important factor in the practices of farmers and even for ranchers. It's vital infrastructure, and to be able to say that we're going to vastly protect people's private information, but yet we don't even have the infrastructure in place for people to be able to connect to the internet. And if they do, when it is very slow and not responsive to them, it makes it even that much harder for them to actually be aware of what it is that they're checking a box on or what they are reading through, to be able to properly download the information that they're trying to figure out what information is going to be taken from them. I mean, that in and of itself takes time and it takes a lot of effort. So when we're trying to have a serious conversation on protecting the needs and protecting the information of our citizens, and we don't even have adequate infrastructure in place, I think we need to make sure that we are addressing some of those concerns first and foremost. And I don't see that this piece of legislation is going to accomplish any of that. So getting to the principle of the bill, I think it's great that we're having a discussion on this. I think that we need to definitely address some of the fundamental concerns that the bill is trying to raise. So, I look forward to continued debate on this, and I look forward to when this bill actually gets to committee so that we can start to see some amendments to it. We can start to see it take a serious approach to the needs of our constituents and of Canadians. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our government has brought forward the digital charter back in 2019 because we recognize that Canadians are increasingly reliant on digital technologies in order to connect with each other, whether it's buying goods or services, just accessing information. The new Consumer Privacy Protection Act gives Canadians more control and greater transparency over how companies handle their personal information. Can the member, or would the member not agree that having a timely passage of the legislation is in fact in all of our best interests, in particular the interests of Canadians?
Well, member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Well, I want to thank the member for the question, and I think it's important that we make sure we have this debate. And I think a timely passage of this bill would be great. I think the issue, though, it's been 5 months, and this is only the second, maybe the third day that it's been up. There's only one person or one party, I should say, that is in charge of the legislative calendar, and that's the Liberal government. So if they want to see a timely passage of this bill, I would hope that we would have more opportunities to debate this bill, and that there wouldn't be 4-month gaps in between the times that we are set aside for debate on such an important bill as this one.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for North Island, Powell River.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his speech. One of the things that I've heard again and again that concerns me is that we often see the government trading off privacy rights and not looking at the other priorities. I'm just wondering if he could talk about how we can make sure that privacy rights are respected and that they can work with other priorities. It doesn't have to be one or the other.
Well, member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. And I think one of the things that needs to be done, we would definitely want to see a process that makes it so it's very transparent and it's right up front. You're starting to see a little bit more of an effort for when you go to a website, for example, that you'll see the acknowledgement that the website uses cookies, and you have the opportunity to go through there and decide, what kind of a little bit more control over what kind of information that the website may or may not be taking from you. But I think that we need to see that more transparent approach, and particularly when the government is interacting with you and what kind of information that they are going to be using and gleaning and taking for their own benefit. So I think that there needs to be more of a conversation and a focus on that.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Edmonton West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his great speech. He's brought up a lot of great points, especially around the issue of Huawei. This House actually passed a motion requiring action from this government on Huawei, and yet we have seen nothing. And yet at the same time, they're bringing in C11, which has some laudable points in it, but doesn't address one of the biggest elephants in the room, which is this company Huawei, which the government has refused to ban from our country. It's well known to steal information and share that information among the Chinese Communist government. I'm just wondering if my colleague could tell me why he thinks this government is so, resistant to ban Huawei as this House has demanded.
Well, member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Yeah, I want to thank my colleague for that question. Yeah, it's, we continue to see a pattern over and over and over again where the government just delays and they decide to not take a principled approach or a principled stand on these issues, because it's the issue with Huawei. I mean, it goes much farther than just simply whether they're the right company for 5G or not. I mean, number 2 on the 10 principles of the charter is safety and security. So, I mean, we're talking about the safety and security of our citizens here in Canada, but also abroad. And we've been seeing a regime in place that is looking to use facial recognition software to persecute their own people. And I think that we need to our government needs to take a very serious, a very strong and principled approach when dealing with Huawei and respect the will of Parliament. to ban Huawei from 5G and to take a strong stance, make it known that in Canada here that we will defend our citizens.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Calgary Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I'm pleased to be joining the debate on this. You know, one who wants to know is better than one who already knows. That's a Yiddish proverb, if you weren't aware of it. Members know I have a great love for them. But I wanted to go through the legislation because I've received a lot of constituents who've written to me with major concerns about it. It's not that they dislike the legislation per se. I think they agree with, like many members have said, with the principles, with the content of it. But it falls far short of what their expectations are. So like the member for Cypress Hills Grassland said, it's an issue of control. Who controls the information? And I'm going to say that my personal belief is that property rights are a human right, and your digital presence, your cookies, the way you look, is your digital private property, and it should really be treated that way. I really do believe that we've come to a time now where we should extend our conception of what is a property right to our digital presence. I remember door knocking in Mahogany in my riding, and I had a gentleman who worked for a large IT company, and he was very, very concerned about deep fakes, the ability for people to create some really lifelike images and voices and mannerisms of other individuals, and the possibility for it to be used for a nefarious purpose, to mislead, misdirect, and also to get money out of people. You can imagine what type of use you could have out of deep fakes. And I think over the past few years, we've seen a lot of companies make immense strides in providing kind of a digital picture of people who never existed, but they look so lifelike. It's so difficult to tell that they are actually deep fakes. They trick our eyes and our brain into thinking they exist. So on the issue of control, I've had constituents bring up to me issues like Clearview AI harvesting through facial recognition technology, the Cambridge Analytica and Facebook scandals. And closer to home in Calgary, Cadillac Fairview's what constituents have termed secret mall surveillance. There was a panel put up in different parts of this mall. It's one of the biggest malls in Calgary, that they were actually collecting information off, the images of people going in. The purpose right now, I can't remember what purpose it was for, but they stopped it immediately once many people started to raise issues with what are you collecting this information for? And it's an issue of control. So there are principles in this digital charter. I don't want to go over them too much. What I wanted to raise is issues specific to things like, the right to opt out of sale of personal information. I think that's a really big one. The GDPR does this already in the European Union, so you can opt out. And sometimes when we go online, depending what country source you're purchasing a product or a service from, after you've clicked through the terms and agreements, because many people don't read those, it'll ask you to click whether you're opting out of the sale of your personal information. And that's missing in this legislation, and I really think it should have been in there. That's something that many constituents, like Chris McLean in my writing, raise as an issue, saying they would like to have more control to be able to consent where their information is going. And I can imagine certain situations where people are fine with their personal information being sold, because perhaps some of what they're giving this company isn't that much. They feel maybe they'll have some type of purpose, maybe there could be some controls put into place, but this legislation does not have that. And then the consent exemption. So I want to focus a little bit more on this one, because that's an issue that's been I'd say of major concern to people in my writing. Like I mentioned, Chris had issues with it, Kevin Sylvester had issues with it, Shelley Bennett, Randall Hicks. There's a lot of them. And this is the issue here. For a public interest purpose is how the government has defined it. That's socially beneficial purposes. Section 39 is one of them. And it kind of lists off, government institution. It lists off public libraries in Canada, post-secondary educational institutions, any organization that is mandated under federal, provincial law or by contract with a government institution. By contract, the government institution. What if you contracted out, say, a large government youth program like the We Charity, and then you had them run it? What kind of personal information would be collected? I know they've been embroiled in their own scandals of late, and I know that the Ethics Committee, I'm sure, met this morning and discussed it even further. But it continues on to point 4. So this is 39, section 1(4), under the disclosure is made to any other prescribed entity. And then there's section C, the disclosure is made for a socially beneficial purpose. That is such a broad definition. Who gets to decide what is a socially beneficial purpose? I could drive 2 Hummers through that definition, working for a contracted out organization, perhaps collecting information, processing a program, a service on behalf of the federal government. So I have major issues with that, the way that's structured, because it allows so many exemptions to be provided in your interactions. And it's a lot of organizations. When you read these organizations than any other prescribed entity, there's no limits on this prescription. There's no limits of what the federal government could prescribe as an outside entity, and then our information would be shared with them. And that's a consistent concern that my constituents have. They mostly focus on the business angle of it, but we know that the federal government oftentimes has a lot of contracting out of services, IT services, procurement services, the construction of ships, for example. The government doesn't own shipyards. It contracts that service out. It asks someone else to do it for them. So when you do that, is there not a possibility, because it's for a socially beneficial purpose, that the federal government could decide to just share information quite broadly? So I have an issue with it, because I don't think it does a great service to Canadians. There's another issue I have with one of the definitions provided for. It actually is the definition being used in the law for how personal information is defined, and it says identifiable. So an identifiable person. So in the example that I gave you, that many of my constituents give as well, because this is an example from Calgary, when years ago Cadillac Fairview Mall, which owns the Chinook Mall in Calgary on the Cloud Trail, was using kind of facial recognition, facial surveillance information. And maybe they were just, tracking like the flow of traffic, of pedestrian traffic going through the mall, perhaps to replan where the doors should be. I don't know this. But if the information and the benchmark being used in a definition is identifiable person, well, how much effort is a company going to put in to identify someone? That's what makes it identifiable. And when you read through the legislation, I'm having a hard time grasping, how far can this go? Is there an expectation that the companies won't keep this information at all because, well, they didn't make it identifiable, so it's okay? Is it because the image is too grainy? Is it because your name is so common that it could be just about anybody? So it's an imprecise definition that I think could have really been beefed up from the beginning instead of taking it to committee in such an incomplete format. So those are the issues I found just reading through the legislation after so many of my constituents wrote to me, and they still have major issues. What they want to see is a significant number of amendments to be brought forward to fix the legislation. Now, there's a few ways to do that. You can do that. The government could just draft a new piece of legislation and table it again and have it go forward. I think there's a lot of good things in the bill, like many members have said, that makes it salvageable. But at the committee stage, I think that's where you get into it. And I actually do really believe this should go to the industry committee. If it wants to bounce around to different committees, I used to sit on the standing committee on finance in the previous parliament, and you would apportion the omnibus budget bill to different committees, and you kind of decide which committee should look at which parts in order to have the expertise. So much of this is about corporations and businesses. It should really go to the industry committee. Again, it's the industry minister who's tabled the law. And on the issue of identifiable information, again, I think the definition should include things that are identifiable, such as your email address, obvious personal information, your location information, your gender, biometric data, your web cookies, political opinions, any pseudonyms you might use that a company can kind of combine all together, or the organization which is collecting it. It doesn't have to be, of course, a private organization. It could be a public one. It could be a charity doing this. Who knows? That could have been a much better definition than simply leaving it very open-ended as an identifiable individual. And then another matter that a lot of my constituents have raised is the playing field between Canadian company based here, where Canadian law can easily reach them with the fines that would be levied, and then international companies, perhaps based in Latin America, perhaps based in parts of Africa, in Australia and other countries that have different privacy laws, and how would we be able to find them and also collect the fines on them? I think that whole mechanism, the fact that the tribunal, 3 to 6 people on it, only requires 1 expert is another issue. So I've tried to lay out as many issues as I've heard from my constituents in my writing, and I mentioned some of them specifically, got very specific concerns. I think much of the legislation is on the right path, but there's so many shortcomings. And like a previous member said, I think the issue here is data privacy and control. Who controls the information at the end of the day and where can it go? And the legislation is still unclear in certain parts about who can deal with them and the exemptions and the exceptions being given. I think those two different concepts need to be fleshed out more in the legislation. Should be done at committee, should be done at an industry committee first, at the first place. If it needs to go to ethics committee afterwards, so be it. But the industry committee should deal with it first immediately. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for another great speech. One of the things that is of issue in terms of protecting Canadians from a digital perspective, we're seeing lots more identity theft, and we're also seeing that we're getting a plethora of scams. Where people have obtained our personal information, our email addresses, and whatnot, and are coming after us. Could the member comment on what this bill does to address those concerns?
Honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
As far as I can tell, not much new in this legislation specifically deals with those types of issues. We've all seen the phishing scams. I mean, it even happens here on Parliament Hill, where you have people pretending to be banks or financial institutions, credit unions, and it looks just so real. The interaction is so real that you really feel like this was actually sent by the institution that sent it to you. There's a lot more that could be done, and I think at committees where you can bring forward witnesses that could actually deal with it. But the industry committee is the right committee to deal with this bill.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the honourable member for his speech. And I noticed that he highlighted the discussion around privacy rights, and privacy is a fundamental human right, and this bill fails to protect privacy rights. In terms of protecting children, it's gone in the opposite direction. It's loosened the regulations when other countries are protecting and strengthening the rules around protecting children. And it continues on with a broken model of consent that pits individuals against corporations and political parties. And it's a power imbalance. And I'd like to ask the honourable member whether he thinks that political parties should be included in this legislation and bound by the privacy rules. Thank you.
Member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member. I just want to go on the first part of his observation about privacy rights. Privacy rights should be property rights. So that should be where we should go and expand it into it. And that's the way it should be understood. When I talked about, for example, deep fakes and the concerns I heard at the doors, specifically in Mahogany, I had a constituent who spent a lot of time explaining it to me. And I think it's panned out in public media, and the misdirection and the ability for people to be misinformed on something that looks just so absolutely real. It really tricks your eyes and your ears to believing the person is actually saying what they're saying. And to another thing the member said about algorithms. Many of us have children. I got 3 kids, and they just love YouTube. But sometimes I wonder where the algorithm leads them down based on the choices that they're making as they're clicking through. And more than once, I've had to stop them because that algorithm has just gone completely out of control and showed them things that really no child of 10 should ever be able to see.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. When I think of C11, I see legislation that offers what I would suggest to you is world-leading privacy and data protection. And it also has some of the strongest fines amongst the G7 privacy laws. This is legislation that Canadians would support, and it even seems that members of all sides support the legislation. My question to the member is, we don't have processing like opposition days where things come to a vote automatically. We're very dependent on opposition parties and recognizing the importance of legislation and allowing it to get to the committee stage. I'm wondering if my friend could provide his thoughts in regards to why he believes it should be moving forward if he believes so. We've had many days of debate.
The honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, to the member, he's the parliamentary secretary to the House Leader. He's participating in setting the agenda. It's been months since this legislation came back to Parliament to be debated. He should perhaps look at his own schedule to determine how many more days could you do this. I read directly from concerns of my constituents And I invite all members to do that. That's exactly what I printed off the emails, and I wanted to discuss their specific concerns. That's what each of us should be doing, and that's what matters the most. And this is not world-leading legislation. The GDPR in the European Union is world-leading. This is not that.
We have time for just a quick question. The honourable member for La Pointe de l'Île. Yes, Mr. Speaker. Bill C-11 creates obligations for the collection and conservation of personal information. That's a good thing. At the same time, there are no requirements for companies to ensure before they authorize a financial transaction that the person they are addressing is actually them. In our opinion, we should provide a framework for bank practices and impose obligations to make sure there are tight ID regulations with respect to privacy information and someone's identity. People should have to do a detailed information even during their tax return, and we should be able to contact everyone whose ID was used fraudulently. The honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd. I'd like to thank the member for his comment, and I would agree with the first part of his question with respect to informed consent. In my riding, for example, they have the same concern in terms of their private information that could be exchanged between two different companies. So I agree with the first half of his comment, but for the second comment, I would have to have more information before I make a decision on that. Thank you.
Orleans, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to join the debate on C11 today. I think it's important to start with the conversation that's been had around where this legislation is going to be debated. Now, the legislation belongs to the industry minister, and so you would expect that the industry committee would deal with this. But instead, in spite of an offer from opposition by way of unanimous consent to have this sent to the industry committee, the government has said instead they're going to send it to the ethics committee. Now, what else has the ethics committee been dealing with, and what they're going to be dealing with this spring are germane to the rationale for the destination of this bill. Now, up to this point, the Ethics Committee has looked at the pandemic spending, particularly the issues around the Canada Student Service Grant, the failed Canada Student Service Grant, and the $500 million destined for the WE organization. That study has faced some pretty significant obstruction, first in the way of the Parliament being prorogued in the midst of a pandemic, no less. And then on returning from prorogation, the committee was filibustered for the equivalent of 20 meetings, more than 40 hours. And when the agreement on having witnesses appear was finally reached in December, then many months followed where the witnesses wouldn't appear. Finally, summons were issued. The potential damage to the government and to the Prime Minister that the testimony that this committee is looking for, the potential damage that it would have is so great. Not only did the Prime Minister prorogue, and not only did Liberal members filibuster for the equivalent of more than 20 meetings, when an order of this House was issued for witnesses to appear, and that passed with the majority support in this House, Liberal members, they said, oh, we don't like that particular decision of the House. We don't support that Canada's Parliament has spoken and within its powers exercised an order for people to appear at committee. We instead want someone else to go. So we're going to tell those individuals to defy an order of Canada's Parliament. Now, who told them that? Ministers. Ministers of the Crown told individuals to dodge, to duck an order
I see the honourable member for Kingston and the Islands, rising on a point of order.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. This debate that we're having today is on C11, the Digital Charter Act. And the member, although I thought at the beginning he was just going to briefly reference the Ethics Committee, is now completely talking about an unrelated matter. He's talking about, he's, I guess, trying to justify why this is going to a certain committee, but that's certainly not the content of this bill, which is what we're supposed to be discussing now. Perhaps you could... How is this a debate? I'm actually bringing a point of order that he's not talking about this, and that's the only thing I've been talking about. Perhaps you could encourage him to stay on topic and to discuss C11 specifically.
On that same point of order?
The honourable member wants to address the point of order as well. The honourable member for Leeds-Grenville.
Well, thank you, Chair. I think that in the past, when members have sought your intervention to guide members to speak to speak relevantly, I have laid out very clearly the connection between the point that I'm making and the legislation that's before us. And so I'm very aware of the rules of relevance, and as I'm sure you would find that the member opposite is very aware that those rules are very loosely enforced in this place. So while I appreciate the member's guidance to the Speaker, I just wonder if perhaps it's not a debate because he doesn't agree with the content of what I'm saying.
No, that's enough. I appreciate the interventions by the honourable members. Indeed, relevance is a legitimate point of order when it is raised, and I compliment each of the honourable members for their knowledge of the standing orders in this respect. But certainly, I've heard from each, and I will listen carefully to the honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Island, and Rideau Lakes in respect to his comments on the matter. Yes, there are certainly latitude given to members to, for example, make comparisons and such with respect to the topic matter that's before the House, and I recognize that he's just a little over 3 minutes into his speech, and I'm sure that he'll continue to keep his comments relative to the matter that's before the House, that being the Bill C11. So the honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
Well, thank you very much, Chair. And as I was saying, the concerns that the government has with the content of the testimony that those members or those individuals that were ordered to appear, their concern with that is so great that ministers of the Crown ordered individuals not to appear at committee in contravention of an order of this House. So we've seen the lengths to which the government is prepared to go to avoid talking about issues that are embarrassing to them, that are damaging to them. And now we have C11. So we have legislation where for many months the opposition has been calling on the government to take a major step to protect Canadians' privacy, and they could achieve that by banning Huawei. And we heard very, very troubling reports today about a country where we learned that via Huawei, Communist China was able to listen in to a NATO partner's the phone calls happening in that country, listen to the phone calls of a prime minister, and this certainly is vindication for everyone who has called for Huawei to be banned. That's a concrete step that the government could take with the support of this House to protect the privacy of Canadians. But that hasn't happened. So we're 6 years into the mandate of this government. They got a new mandate 2 years ago, and now they have this legislation. The industry minister has put it forward. But they don't want it to go to the industry committee. They want it to come to the ethics committee. But why did they wait? Why did they wait until this spring before they want it to arrive at the committee? Well, interestingly, last summer, just after the ethics commissioner had said that he was investigating the Prime Minister for the Canada Student Service Grant debacle, after the Prime Minister had said he failed to recuse himself from discussions related to the awarding of that contract that saw members of the Prime Minister's family, they'd received $500,000 from the WE organization, and then the Prime Minister voted to give that same organization a $500 million grant, which would have included more than $40 million in benefit or revenue for the WE organization. After the Ethics Commissioner said that he was going to conduct that investigation, the Conflict of Interest Ethics Commissioner's office put out a tweet, and that tweet highlighted the timeline that it usually takes for a report to come back on a violation or potential violation of the Conflict of Interest Act. Well, that would land, that report. It'll be titled, the first two reports issued by the Ethics Commissioner with respect to the Prime Minister, the Trudeau Report 1 and the Trudeau Report 2. There'll be a third report bearing the same name. It's due this spring. So,
the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands on a point of order. Go ahead.
I'm sure the honourable member didn't intend to use the Prime Minister's proper name in referring to those reports. It's a small point of order, but I hope that he will avoid using the Prime Minister's proper name in this place.
I thank the honourable member for her intervention on this. This has come up before. In this particular case, the report that the member refers to, in fact, is the title of the report. It so happens to include the family name of the Right Honourable Prime Minister in this case. So we recommend that members not invoke the names of other honourable members. But I do recognize that in other occasions, the name of this report has been so used, and without there being any disorder or any issues of that nature. So I'll rule that that's acceptable in this case, but I do encourage honourable members to not repeat unnecessarily the names of such reports. I see the honourable member for Kingston and the Island rising on a point of order.
I don't want to interrupt the member again when he starts speaking, so I thought this would be the best time to do it, Mr. Speaker. But on the same point of order I raised earlier, since you made your ruling, he mentioned the title C11 and talked about Huawei for about 15 seconds, and then he immediately went back to this Ethics Commission report and started. Now we're rising on a point of order to talk about a report that is completely unrelated to Bill C11. I know the member had indicated that you can, supposedly loosely relate, but that's not the case. That's only the case sometimes with special bills like budget bills. I would encourage you, Mr. Speaker, to encourage this member to stay on topic and to not stray away again, because you've already ruled on this once.
I thank the honourable member for order. I thank the honourable member for Kingston and the Islands. I see the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands. Is this on the same point of order now? The one that the honourable member for Kingston and the Islands just spoke to?
No, Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to apologize to the honourable member. I hadn't realized that distinction around the proper name of the report, so I just wanted to apologize for my earlier point of order. I'm not addressing the one from the member for Kingston and the Islands.
Well, that's very kind of the honourable member. I appreciate her so doing. Back to the honourable member for Leeds Grenville. I have been, as I indicated I would, listen carefully to the honourable member for Leeds Grenville. In fact, his argument, as I've been following it, has to do with the delay of the scheduling, if you will, of this particular bill that's before the House, and I suppose that's a legitimate point of debate. In the House, I do encourage him. I see that we do still have about 3 minutes left, and I'm sure he's going to link those ideas together and conclude with his arguments, in fact, being relevant to Bill C11. And we'll let the honourable member finish. The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
Well, Speaker, I'm thrilled that members are listening so intently. I do think it's a bit telling that they can't even get through a 10-minute speech without their tactics, and it's disappointing to say the least. However, where I left off was speaking about the report that bears the Prime Minister's name. Now, if the member opposite, as he heckled when I raised when I said that, he said, "Well, if the member for Saanich Gulf Islands is raising the point, well, you're really out of order." Well, we see that is not the case. And while the member opposite has to speak for his team today, what I can say is that the official opposition recognizes that the tactics being used by the government by attempting to send C-11 to the Ethics Committee is part of a coordinated cover-up. They don't want to deal with the privacy of Canadians. They've had 6 years to do it. They don't want to deal with the privacy of Canadians. They refuse to take simple steps like banning Huawei, like Five Eyes Partners. They don't want to take the necessary steps. They don't want to send this to a committee that is going to deal with this uninterrupted. When the report, bearing the Prime Minister's name, arrives back at committee or comes to committee, we're going to put C-11 to the side and we are going to address that report from the Ethics Commissioner. So if the government really wants this legislation to be dealt with in an earnest way, then they're going to send it to a committee, as suggested by the opposition, that ought to be dealing with it. Because the industry committee deals with the industry minister. The ethics committee deals with the ethics commissioner. So when we have a bill that the government professes is designed to protect the privacy of Canadians, and it's so important to them, then we would expect that they place that at a committee where it can be given its due consideration, and not time it with their hope that it will be able to displace the work of an officer of Parliament, because the committee is surely going to deal with that matter. It's of great public interest. And so while I look forward to members asking questions that are germane to C-11, and of course we're not going to hear any questions that stray away from the meat of this bill, it's incredibly important that people recognize that, like the Defense Committee is filibustered, like the Ethics Committee is filibustered, like PROC is filibustered, like Parliament was prorogued, this bill is being used in an attempt to avoid embarrassment for the government, for the Prime Minister, when a report from the Ethics Committee, the Ethics Commissioner lands at the Ethics Committee, and it will be dealt with. And C-11 will be put to the side, and they'll say, look, the opposition doesn't care about the privacy of Canadians. We do now, we did before, and we will then. But the government has a choice to make, and today they can decide to send that bill to the Industry Committee, and it will receive due consideration. So I would be happy to give our full attention to C-11 and its merits and debate those and make amendments at the Industry Committee. But if they're looking to disrupt the work of the Ethics Committee, they're going to be unsuccessful in doing that. Thank you, Chair.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Indeed, I did say, Mr. Speaker, that the member from Saanich Gulf Islands was always right. But you know what I find even more honourable about her was how she apologized when she was wrong. So I have a ton of respect for that member, and I will always listen attentively to what she has to say. The reason why I kept raising the point of order, Mr. Speaker, is because the preceding two speakers to this member kept going on and on about how the government is not responsible. The government sets the agenda. It's all been the government. The government can do whatever they want. When in reality, what we've seen is the opposition. This member came forward and maybe for 30 seconds of the 10 minutes actually spoke about C-11. His agenda, and we all know this from being in the House, is totally on another matter. So I get jaded, perhaps I should say, when I see members from the opposition coming in here and saying, it's the government, why hasn't the government done anything? We would never play these games. And then literally right after they're done speaking, this member comes in here and plays this game. That's where my concern is born from, Mr. Speaker.
For Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
Well, the member opposite's agenda seems to be obfuscation, and while I was interrupted multiple times because the member, didn't want to hear about how I, hear the case, hear the facts on the scheduling of this bill, the placement of this bill is being used to disrupt or hopefully to disrupt a committee. He used the time to make a comment about the schedule of the House. And so obviously these are legitimate points of debate that I've made this morning. But when the government wants to obfuscate and when they want to obstruct, they should fully expect that the opposition is going to hold them to account for that. We make no apologies for it.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm actually going to focus on the bill itself. Of course, for Canadians, privacy rights are an important part of life in the digital age, and there are many platforms or ways in which people's privacies could be breached. Facebook or Google, for example, often uses Canadians' personal information in ways that have nothing to do with the service, and in the guise of helping a small business, for example. We also have seen a variety of platforms where people can hide behind anonymity to post various comments. And I'm wondering whether or not, in addressing these issues of privacy, should the worlds of Google's and Facebook be allowed to share privacy information in the guise of supporting a small business? Does the member agree with that? And what other action should the government take to stop and to hold to account these various platforms so that people can't hide behind anonymity?
The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
Well, thanks very much to the member for the question. It's important, of course, that we protect the privacy rights of individuals, and one's data online, their presence online, has incredible value to private business. And we need to be cognizant of that. And of course, a regulation to make sure that the biggest tech giants are respectful of that and that they are protecting individuals' information is key. We have also heard in testimony from organizations like Twitter that sometimes anonymity is necessary as part of public discourse. And so a balance needs to be struck there, and we'll have to take a look at that when it's studied at committee.
There's actually a minute and a half remaining in the time for questions and comments. I'm sure the honourable member for Leeds Grenville will be fascinated to come back and receive those questions when the House next gets back debate on the question. But now we're going to statements by members. Déclaration de député. And first off is the honourable member for Cape Breton-Canso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. After months of negotiations, I'm thrilled to share with the House that regional routes at the J.A. Douglas McCurdy Sydney Airport in my riding will be restored this spring. This is great news for Cape Breton-Canso. The Sydney Airport is a critical piece of infrastructure that keeps my constituents connected to larger travel centres, supports businesses and economic development, and has welcomed thousands of newcomers to Cape Breton in northeastern Nova Scotia. I want to acknowledge the hard work of Airport CEO Mike McKinnon, the Cape Breton Regional Municipality, the Cape Breton Partnership, the Cape Breton Regional Chamber of Commerce, and of course my constituents in Cape Breton-Canso and those in Sydney, Victoria for their tireless efforts and advocacy. On behalf of my constituents, I want to extend a warm Cape Breton-Canso thank you to the Ministers of Finance and Transport for their work to keep those of us safe and connected in the Atlantic region.
The honourable member for Regina Louvain.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Vaccine Hunters Canada is a community group that has come together to help eligible Canadians who wish to be vaccinated sooner find available vaccines in our fight against COVID-19. To quote them, they would like all Canadians to reach out to their friends, family, coworkers, neighbors, and members of their community, especially those most at risk, and assist them in getting their vaccines sooner. I was so happy to see this weekend they promoted the drive-through immunization clinic at Everest Place, right here in Regina. I'd say to every member in this House, visit at Vax Hunters Can to see the good work that is being done in each of your communities by these outstanding young Canadians. Throughout the past 13 months, Canadians across our country have stepped up to help one another during these difficult times. Through these efforts, Canadians will get their freedoms back sooner and return to living their normal lives sooner rather than later. Thank you.
Honourable member for Labrador.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to respond to comments made on Twitter over the weekend by the member for Nunavut. In responding in Indigenous politics, she said, quote, Jones is not an Inuk. I stand before this House today to point out to the member for Nunavut and that her domination attitude is the most prevailing one I've heard in some time. Her comments are laterally vicious and threatening to myself as an Inuk woman and to Inuit who are members of the Nunavut Community Council. As a descendant of Inuk and white parents, I was raised with a deep connection to the land, and I continue to practice the traditional ways of our people. Unfortunately, I've never seen such disrespect from another parliamentarian in my 25 years of political office. I ask the member to respect all Indigenous people in Canada and to apologize for her statement and stop committing racial erosion against her own culture. It is attitudes like hers that have set Inuit back decades in modern society. I expect an apology and a withdrawal of her statement on Twitter. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Mr. Speaker, from April 18th to 24th, we'll be celebrating National Volunteer Week under the theme Volunteering is Cool. Without the many volunteers, sport and cultural events, community organization services, recreational activities, and citizen mobilization activities could not exist. Your ability to adapt to all kinds of new realities and to be the source of wonderful social innovations inspire us. It must be said that the last year has been a trying one, but we've been able to count on your kind presence. Thank you for giving to others, for getting involved, and for preparing the next generation to volunteer as well. As we know, volunteering helps others, but it also does good to those who give their time. Dear volunteers, you are essential to the vitality and solidarity of our communities. On behalf of the Bloc Québécois, I want to give you my sincere thanks. Have a great volunteer week.
L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Brome-Missisquoi. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our poultry producers are facing many challenges, but I'm proud to highlight the work of someone who fights tirelessly to defend the sector, Benoit Fontaine. In addition to being resident of Stainbridge Station in my community of Brome-Missisquoi, he's also the president of the Chicken Farmers of Canada, and he was recently re-elected for a 6th term as national president. This former teacher and school principal turned his attention to running his family business in 2012. He built a real empire with 11 poultry farms in Quebec. For several years, he's been working hard to defend the interests of the 2,800 Canadian poultry producers on the international scene. It's not always an easy task, but with passion and expertise, there is no better spokesperson than him for our poultry sector. Congratulations on your re-election, Benoit. I look forward to continuing to work with you on these important issues. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for North Okanagan-Shuswap.
Mr. Speaker, I know my constituents of the North Okanagan-Shuswap are good people, willing to support their country, but they are growing weary because this government has failed to protect Canadians. Businesses are closing, workers are out of jobs, families are hurting, and loved ones continue to be lost. And now Canada is lagging far behind our peers in vaccine delivery. This government has also failed to address the mental health and opioid crises that continue to claim lives. Canadians deserve better. I want to thank all of the constituents of the North Okanagan-Shuswap who have contacted me to share concerns and ideas for a plan to recovery. Connecting with constituents is always my priority, and while we've had to change how we connect, I continue to prioritize constituent input. Together, we can build on a plan to secure our health, secure our jobs, and secure our future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour.
Mr. Speaker, a year ago this week, Nova Scotians experienced extreme tragedy, violence, heartache. I will not use this time to remember a violent gunman or use his name. Instead, I remember those who were taken from us. Like Cole Harbour RCMP Constable Heidi Stevenson, a beloved member of our community, a mom, a wife, a friend to so many. In the face of this extreme heartache, we didn't let these acts of violence tear our province apart. Although the wounds of this tragedy run deep in our communities, I will always remember the compassion, the resilience, and the love that Nova Scotians showed for one another through song, through words, through signs of support in windows, hearts on the side of highways. We're Nova Scotia strong. Even when Nova Scotians experienced their worst days, they did what they could to help each other through it. We will always remember the lives that were lost, and we will always remember that we are resilient and we are Nova Scotia strong. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Mississauga East Cooksville.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to wish Ramadan Mubarak to all Muslims in Canada and around the world celebrating the holy month of Ramadan. Here in Mississauga, through this pandemic, we've seen many mosques, Muslim organizations, and groups that have stepped up to help our neighbors in need. Our heartfelt thanks to every one of you. Thank you especially to those who work on the front lines of combating COVID-19 as essential workers and medical professionals, all while fasting. In this challenging time, I know that this Ramadan will be different. This is really an extraordinary time for our Muslim Canadians. Mosque programs and prayers will be virtual, and iftars will not be able to happen with friends and family in the same way like past years, as we must practice physical distancing and keep our communities and neighbors safe. I know this is difficult, but I also know that we will get through this together. I want to take this opportunity to celebrate Canada's Muslim communities and important contributions that Muslim Canadians make each and every day. Again, Ramadan Mubarak. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Mr. Speaker, last week our leader announced a plan to tackle climate change. I was pleased to see many of the ideas I've been advocating for present in the plan. Things like working with major industrial emitters to implement technology to actually reduce emissions. Reducing emissions in transportation and buildings, increasing the amount of carbon captured through carbon sequestration, and solutions that are forest and agriculture based. We want to replace higher carbon footprint fuels in the world with our Canadian environmentally responsible alternatives like nuclear, natural gas, and green energy. We want to eliminate the Liberal punishing carbon tax and give money back to Canadians so that they can participate in helping our country reduce its carbon footprint. Unlike the Liberals that have yet to plant one of their 2 billion trees and have once again not achieved their climate targets, Conservatives have a plan that has been verified to meet our Paris 2030 targets by a well-respected environmental firm. Mr. Speaker, Conservatives have a real plan for the environment.
The Honourable Member for Alfred Pélan. Mr. Speaker, volunteerism and community involvement are key Canadian values, and they're part of the identity of my community of Alfred Pélan. Volunteers were already making a difference before, but the pandemic has made the small miracles that they perform to support our local organizations really shine, whether it's in our senior centres, our youth centres, or Meals on Wheels. Our volunteers have shown their kindness, compassion, and generosity to improve the lives of others in our community. During this week celebrating volunteers, I want to thank the men and women who, through the kindness of their individual efforts, make up the strength of our Laval community. They allow us to remain tightly knit. Thank you for making miracles happen every day. Thank you for giving back to your community. And thank you for volunteering. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-l'Érable. Mr. Speaker, the Right Honourable Julie Payette was appointed Governor-General on July 13th, 2017. She resigned on January 21st, 2021. This means she didn't complete her usual 5-year term, and she only actually served for 3.5 years. Although she held her position for a very short time, since her resignation, Ms. Payette has automatically received a pension of $150,000 a year and a budget of over $200,000 for the rest of her life. The circumstances under which she left office are very troubling. 80% of Canadians are in favor of removing her financial benefits. Ms. Payette resigned, and since workers who resign are not eligible for employment insurance, she should not receive this significant lifetime pension either. I invite everyone to sign petition E3314, which calls on the government to immediately amend the Governor-General's Act so that only Governors-General who have completed a minimum of 5 years in office are eligible for a pension and the financial benefits that go with it.
For Battleford's Lloydminster.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canadians are weary and anxious to turn the corner on COVID-19. The future of Canada is at stake, and we know this. Now is not the time to deliver a federal budget that reimagines our economy. Canadians who are struggling cannot afford the Prime Minister gambling their financial security on an ideological plan that picks winners and losers. A plan that neglects jobs, sectors, and entire regions of our great country. Canadians need a plan that will secure their future. We need action to help the hardest hit sectors so that families have the security and dignity that comes with a stable job. Conservatives have put forward a recovery plan that supports those who have struggled the most. It's a plan that improves our country's resilience, restores our economy, and puts us on steady ground. It's time this Liberal government forego risky ideological experiments and prioritize securing a strong, healthy, and prosperous future for all Canadians. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Quote, the government has decided to destroy all Armenians residing in Turkey. Their existence must be ended, no matter how criminal the measures needed to do so. Neither age nor sex should be taken into account. Scruples of conscience have no place here. End quote. This telegram is from September 15th, 1915. It was sent by Talat Pasha, Minister of the Interior of the Turkish state. The massacre of 1.5 million Armenians followed in what was the first genocide of the 20th century. The genocidal order was followed everywhere. In Ankara alone, there were talk of 500,000 dead. In some regions, caravans of families were sent fleeing across the desert. Few survived. And frankly, the last few months have reminded us of this collective trauma. Once again, Armenians were attacked and bombed. 3,500 Armenians were killed in the conflict that shook Artsakh. Armenians targeted for who they are and for where they live. It's impossible not to see the very disturbing historical parallels. This is why, more than ever, we have a duty to remember and to defend the principles of fraternity and humanity. The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Association Forestière du Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean will soon be celebrating its 80th anniversary. Since 1942, the association has contributed to the development of a forestry culture among young people and the general population. It helps grow this great economic sector while advocating an approach that helps preserve our environment. In fact, the Forestry Association plays a fundamental role in educating, informing, and raising awareness among the regional population regarding the importance of the forest and its sustainable development. As a carbon sink, the forest remains one of our best resources in the fight against the climate crisis. As such, the association will certainly occupy an even more important place in the coming years. On behalf of the citizens of Jonquière and the Bloc Québécois, I wish the Forestry Association the best as it continues to develop one of our greatest assets, the forest. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for West Nova.
Mr. Speaker, I take the floor today here in the beautiful province of Nova Scotia to recognize the one-year anniversary of one of the darkest chapters in its history, the death of 22 people in Portapique. 1 year ago, Nova Scotia RCMP struggled for 13 hours to try to stop Canada's deadliest rampage. The deaths of innocent victims were senseless, unnecessary, and totally heinous. Ever since this tragic event occurred, Nova Scotians across the province came together to mourn and support the victims' families. They continue to stand in solidarity with them 1 year later after to help folks understand how something so awful can happen in one of our beautiful and sleepy communities. Yesterday, it was heartwarming to see so many COVID-friendly gatherings, church services, and a provincial moment of silence at 3 p.m. to honor the memory of the victims. No matter what we face, Nova Scotians unite and rise in the times of grief and sorrow. And I ask all of my colleagues in the House of Commons to work together to help the victims' families and loved ones, to get answers that they need and deserve to help them heal. This kind of atrocity should never happen again.
The Honourable Member for Kings Hants.
Mr. Speaker, a year ago today, Nova Scotians began to realize the gravity of the horrific events of the Nova Scotia shooting that began in Portapique and impacted communities across the province, including the communities I represent in Kings Hants. 22 innocent lives were lost, including an expecting mother, in a senseless and cowardly act of violence that words simply cannot properly describe. Today, I think of the families and friends who lost a loved one, and collectively as Nova Scotians and indeed as Canadians, we stand with you. I want to thank all first responders who answered the call, including Constable Heidi Stevenson, who made the ultimate sacrifice in the interest of protecting others, and Chad Morrison, a neighbor of mine who was injured in the line of duty. I am fiercely proud to be Nova Scotian, and as Nova Scotians do, we collectively came together to mourn, grieve, and show kindness and love for one another during a difficult time. The compassion and collective spirit we witnessed is powerful, and it, rather than the violence and evil experience, will be what continues to define us in the days ahead. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Oral questions. Question orale. The Honourable Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are in a race against COVID-19 variants that we are sadly losing. When vaccines get to Canada matter as much as how many arrive. This week's Pfizer shipment, according to experts, will be completely used up in 2 days. The Prime Minister's February shortages created this April's third wave. How much longer is the third wave going to be because this government has failed to get enough vaccines on time?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for the question, and it gives me an opportunity to emphasize that in addition to the deliveries that we've already secured for Canada, we signed an agreement with Pfizer, a very stable partner, to have 8 million more doses coming into this country by the end of June. So we will be receiving between 48 to 50 million doses cumulative before that time. Our deliveries and our negotiations mean that in the month of May, for example, we'll have 2 million doses per week coming into the country and 12 million over 5 weeks in June. Mr. Speaker, we're third in the G20, and I thank the honourable member for the question.
Honourable Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, it is too little, too late. The Prime Minister has been warned about a third wave since February, but it's April and only 2% of Canadians are fully vaccinated. Only 2%. Less than a quarter have even one dose. Every decision this government has made, according to their own experts, has been to compensate for a lack of supply. This third wave is a direct result of the Prime Minister's inaction. So why are Canadians getting a vaccine plan now for June instead of April or earlier?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, every step of the way, we've been there for provinces and territories, indeed all Canadians, as we battle COVID-19 together. 8 out of every $10 spent on responding to COVID has been federal funding. We've been there, Mr. Speaker, with billions of transfers to provinces and territories, acquisition of personal protective equipment and rapid tests, acquisition of vaccines, Mr. Speaker, and indeed helping provinces and territories with surges of cases. And we'll continue to be there, Mr. Speaker, for as long as it takes.
The Honourable Member for Wellington, Halton Hills.
Mr. Speaker, Ontario is in crisis because of vaccine shortages. In Kitchener-Waterloo, Public Health announced last weekend that vaccination clinics are closing because of vaccine shortages. For example, the vaccination clinics at the Boardwalk in Kitchener and Pine Bush Road in Cambridge will go from 7 to 3 days a week. When will this government get serious and deliver the vaccines the provincial government desperately needs to stave off the third wave of this pandemic?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we all know that vaccines are an important tool to fighting COVID-19, but we have to continue to apply public health measures and listen to the scientists and experts that are leading the way. We'll be there for Ontarians during this third wave, as we have been during the first and second waves. As the member opposite knows, I've spoken with Minister Christine Elliott on the weekend, and we will be supporting Ontarians no matter where they live in the province.
The Honourable Member for Wellington, Halton Hills.
Mr. Speaker, where is the urgency from this government? Ontario is in crisis. A third wave is upon us, all because this government has failed to deliver vaccines. We have got 4,400 new cases a day, double the rate of the U.S. 19 COVID deaths in the last 24 hours alone, higher than the rate in the U.S. The U.S. and the U.K. are avoiding the third wave. Over 40% of Americans have been vaccinated. Over 50% of Britons have been vaccinated, but only 26% of Ontarians. When is this government going to deliver the desperately needed vaccines to the province of Ontario?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it is very important that the member opposite not confuse Canadians with, I think, somewhat false allegations. We know that even in jurisdictions where there has been very high rates of vaccination, that public health measures must continue until we are certain that we can crush that curve. That's exactly what we're doing, Mr. Speaker, vaccinating Canadians and making sure that they have the tools they need to get through this wave and any other experiences of surging in any province or territory. We'll be there for Ontarians, Mr. Speaker. We'll be there for all Canadians for as long as it takes with whatever they need.
Member for Wellington, Halton Hills.
Mr. Speaker, I'm speaking truth to power, a power this government is not using to deliver vaccines. Referring to this government's handling of the pandemic, the Globe and Mail said last weekend, quote, "The best policy for Canadians is this. When it comes to COVID-19, you're on your own. Pretend you don't have governments protecting you because in many ways you don't," end quote. This government punted much of the responsibility for the pandemic to provinces. One of the few things it had to do was to deliver vaccines, something it has utterly failed to do. When is it going to focus on the task at hand and deliver these vaccines?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as the member opposite has been reassured time and again, the federal government has stopped at nothing to support Canadians, regardless of which jurisdiction they live in. Whether it was delivering on PPE, whether it was supporting people with the CERB, with the wage subsidy, whether it's there, we're there for purchasing vaccines and other therapeutics. We've been there, Mr. Speaker, for Canadians. We'll continue to be there. 8 out of every $10 responding to the pandemic has come from the federal government. We've supported provinces and territories every step of the way, and we won't stop.
The member for La Prairie. Today, the government will finally table its first budget in 2 years. We expect the deficit to approach $400 billion. The federal government is justifying its spending because it wants to help citizens and businesses during the pandemic. Unfortunately, the Liberal government also took advantage of the pandemic to boost the Liberal Party's coffers by happily dipping into the wage subsidy for businesses. This was a great example for the Conservatives and the NDP. They followed suit. The Liberals took $15 million in donations this year. Will they pay back the money they took from the taxpayers? The Honourable Minister.
Speaker, at the outset of this pandemic, we made a decision that we were going to be there for households and businesses. And when it came to workers, we did not discriminate against them on the basis of who their employer was. We have now, with the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy, ensured that more than 5 million Canadians have remained on their employer's payroll, which allows them to maintain not only their salary, but access to important benefits. Mr. Speaker, going back to March 2020, knowing what I know now, I would do the same thing again to make sure that Canadians are supported through this pandemic.
The member for La Prairie. It's not just the other parties that took advantage of the wage subsidy to line their pockets. We learned that the Canada Revenue Agency received 1,200 complaints about companies which fraudulently used the wage subsidy. Do you know how many companies were penalized, rather? 0. There was no prosecution, no jail time, no nothing. The Liberals are not setting an example. It's like asking Colonel Sanders to guard the chicken coop. When will the government finally take the situation seriously and demand that all those who stole from taxpayers pay the money back? Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Our government acted quickly and decisively to help Canadian workers and employees. We put in the Canada Wage Subsidy Program. Back at my colleague from the opposition, I would like to remind him that he voted against any audits into possible fraudulent behavior with regard to the wage subsidy program. When will he admit that the audit of these programs might be useful? Thank you.
For Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Speaker, the pandemic third wave is raging, and Ontario's healthcare system is in serious crisis. People are doing their best to stop the spread of COVID-19 by staying home and following public health guidelines, but they need more help. If the federal government declared a public welfare emergency, we could increase hospital capacity, get more vaccines to vulnerable people, and provide paid sick leave to all workers to reduce infections. The federal government should do everything it can to save Canadians' lives. Will this Liberal government use its powers under the Emergencies Act to save lives in Ontario?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, every step of the way, we've worked with provinces and territories collaboratively to save lives and to stop the spread. That is the philosophy of this government, and that's what Canadians want to see. Provinces and territories working with the federal government, stopping at nothing to save the lives of their loved ones and to ensure that they have the financial and economic supports so that they can protect themselves and their communities. Mr. Speaker, we'll continue that hard work with provinces, territories, and indeed Canadians so that we can get through this together.
The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Mr. Speaker, hospitals across Ontario are in crisis, and London is no exception, setting a new record of COVID-19 patients in its ICUs. The Ontario Conservative government has dropped the ball, and the federal government owes it to Ontarians and all Canadians to do everything they can to help protect lives during this third wave. New Democrats have asked the Prime Minister to use the Emergencies Act to get more people vaccinated and to provide sick leave and pay to workers. Yes or no, will the Prime Minister commit to using the Emergencies Act to protect the lives of Ontarians from this devastating third wave?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, this government has stopped at nothing to work with provinces and territories to provide supports to provinces and territories, whether they're economical, whether they're health human resources, whether they're equipment, or whether they're vaccines. We're going to continue that hard work together, Mr. Speaker, because that's how we're going to protect lives and stop the spread. By working together, by making sure that no matter what jurisdiction a Canadian lives in, that person has the support of all levels of government.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Johns Hopkins estimates that to achieve herd immunity for COVID-19, at least 70% of a population needs immunity, and 70% of Ontario's population is 9.8 million people. Ontario has the capacity to vaccinate 100,000 people per day. At this rate, the province could have already vaccinated 10 million people, enough to reach herd immunity, and the federal Liberals did not send anywhere close to this number. Will the minister admit that they could have mitigated the third wave if the Liberals had sent more vaccines to Ontario in January and February?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, around the world, governments are working to immunize their population to save lives and stop the spread of COVID, and Canada is no different. In fact, we are the third highest country in the G20 for administration of vaccines. Mr. Speaker, we'll stop at nothing to protect Canadian lives. We'll work with provinces and territories to make sure that they have vaccines, and not only that they have the support to administer those vaccines in the best possible way. I spoke with Minister Elliott on the weekend, and we agreed that working together is the best approach to save lives and to stop the spread.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Well, unlike what the minister says, Canada is different. Unlike the US and the UK, on January 15th, federal Liberals announced major problems with vaccine delivery. An acute shortage persisted until February 18th. That meant from January 15th to February 18th, only 320,000 people in Ontario were vaccinated. However, with enough vaccine, 100,000 people per day, or 2.8 million, could have been vaccinated in Ontario. People in Ontario were expecting to be vaccinated this spring, not to have a deadly new wave of COVID. Why didn't Canada have more vaccines in January and February?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, go ahead.
Mr. Speaker, I will remind the honourable member that it was she who indicated that Canada wouldn't have vaccines till 2030. We secured 3.5 million more vaccines in the first quarter than originally targeted. And we are getting those vaccines to provinces as soon as possible. I'll remind the honourable member that we have delivered 12.7 million doses to the provinces, and just over 10 million have been administered. Our vaccine procurements are strong, made stronger by the 8 million more doses that will come to from Pfizer over the course of the next 2 months, Mr. Speaker. We are third in the G20 for doses administered, and we will continue moving at this rapid pace to ensure that all Canadians have access to a vaccine.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Mr. Speaker, I'll remind the minister that the original contract she signed with Pfizer and AstraZeneca only had vaccines arriving in late February and March, respectively. Political pressure from the opposition made a difference. Shortages in January and February cost approximately 2.8 million Ontarians their chance to get a COVID vaccine during these months. That's the equivalent of the entire core population of the city of Toronto. This meant that Toronto is still like a tinderbox of unvaccinated people and exacerbated the third wave. Why didn't Canada have more vaccines in January and February when we needed them to prevent the third wave?
Honourable Minister.
Well, I thank the honourable member for the inquiry, and I will reiterate that we are third in the G20. We have surpassed all of our targets that were originally set, and we are on track to have between 48 and 50 million doses in the country by the end of June. Again, we have delivered over 12 million doses to the provinces, and 10 million have been administered. As a federal government, we've also provided supplies, PPE, rapid test kits, because we know that to address the pandemic, we need to take a multi-pronged approach. Mr. Speaker, that's what the public health experts are telling us, and that's exactly what we are following. We will continue to deliver.
The honourable member, l'honorable député.
The member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, last week, Brazilian public health officials announced the discovery of specific mutations that allow for easier infections and increased resistance to vaccines. This new reality puts its healthcare system on the verge of collapse. What did the Liberal government do? How did it react? Well, it decided to end extensive screening for travellers entering Canada from Brazil. The government is extending this health crisis and not protecting our borders. Why?
Mr. Speaker, on the contrary, we have some of the strongest measures in the world to screen for COVID-19 at our borders, regardless of the country of origin. It is important that all travelers are screened for COVID-19 and that all positive cases are sequenced for the variant. That is exactly what we're doing, Mr. Speaker. All travelers are required to submit a pre-departure test, to test on arrival, to quarantine in a government hotel, and then to quarantine for additional 14 days until such time that they are cleared of having COVID. Mr. Speaker, we'll stop at nothing to protect Canadians at our borders.
The member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, it's clear that's not working. The measures put in place from the start of the pandemic are not working, nor are the recent measures working. Don't forget there were no variants in Canada until a few weeks ago, and now the biggest problem are these variants entering the country from everywhere, including Brazil. The government decided to stop these specific measures for passengers coming in by plane. So why has the Prime Minister stopped these special measures for travellers coming from Brazil?
Mr. Speaker, I will repeat. We have some of the strongest measures at the border in the entire world, including, by the way, Mr. Speaker, a ban on foreign nationals entering Canada, pre-departure testing required before boarding a plane, post-arrival testing, Mr. Speaker, and a stay in a government-authorized quarantine hotel until the return of a negative COVID test. Mr. Speaker, all positive tests are quarantined, all positive cases are quarantined, all travelers must submit a day 10 test, Mr. Speaker. That is how we stop COVID at our borders. We will continue to protect Canadians from importation.
The member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, the minister can repeat her answer, but I'm saying that from the start, that issue was mismanaged from the start. We asked for better measures at the border. It didn't happen, so the variants entered the country. Next question. We paid twice as much as the Americans and Europeans for the AstraZeneca vaccine, and we can't even get it at time. Can the minister tell us why the vaccine is arriving so late when we paid 4 times as much as did the Europeans?
Mr. Speaker, as the member well knows, our vaccine contracts are confidential. We're not going to risk breaching them while every country is in a race for vaccines. This is a great week, Mr. Speaker. We just secured 8 million more doses from Pfizer, with the first 4 million doses set to arrive in May. Pfizer continues to be the workhorse of our vaccine program, as deliveries of their vaccine will total 2 million per week in May. I'm surprised that the member opposite would suggest this when it is quite clear, and I'm certain certain we all agree that Canada's vaccine supply chain must remain stable.
The member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Mr. Speaker, the Day 10 testing boondoggle managed by Switch Health continues. Despite a slight increase in staffing, the company is still not meeting the demand, and it's still unable to provide service in French to our businesses. This is unacceptable. These people, the ones who have both feet on the ground, Mr. Speaker, they've proposed solutions, including paying for medical services themselves to get a good test. So does the government intend to listen to them and to propose solutions? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to reassure my colleague and all producers that we are working very closely with industry, with our Quebec government colleagues to find solutions, quick and efficient ones. We're very aware there's an issue with the Day 10 test, and we will soon have additional resources to address the issue. I'd also like to point out that the arrival of foreign workers is generally going very well, and we have a good season ahead of us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Mr. Speaker, a producer in Saint-Thomas, Mr. Rondeau, already lost 35,000 pounds of asparagus. This happened last year because of the federal government's management problems with seasonal workers, and he was hoping to do better this year. Unfortunately, the testing mess left him without his first group of workers for 18 days, but the asparagus harvest is 60 days long. Mr. Rondeau is not alone, and other MPs have received calls from worried producers, so it's urgent for the government. Wake up, smell the coffee. When is it going to act? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, I can assure you that we're very aware that there are issues surrounding the Day 10 test. We understand there's an urgency. We understand how important these temporary farm workers are. We know that their work is essential. We're doing everything we can. Discussions are ongoing. We're looking at several solutions. A few more days, we'll get there, but on the whole, the temporary foreign workers coming in is going very well, and our main concern is their safety and Canada's food safety. The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Mr. Speaker, to make life easier for Quebecers, the Quebec government announced that it will postpone the date for filing income tax returns by 1 month. Last year, the federal government did the same, but it's not doing so this year. So Quebecers will have a reprieve for their provincial taxes, but not for their federal ones. It's all very well to row, but if you just row on one side, the boat goes around in circles. We're in the middle of a third wave, and the pandemic is not letting up. Why doesn't the federal government take a cue from the Quebec government and give taxpayers a chance once again? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, our government understands that tax season is stressful at the best of times. We're there to help them throughout the process. In February, we said that those who have received benefits will be supported, and we are there to help taxpayers. And if they can get an interest holiday, and due to a situation outside of their control, if they need extra help during tax season, we'll be there to provide it.
Finance Minister will finally table a budget. She recently had an epiphany about new social programs in a reimagined economy and letting future generations pay for it. But the Prime Minister recently sent a letter directing his minister to, quote, avoid creating new permanent spending, end quote. Now that's his standard, not mine, but we know how easily the Prime Minister makes and breaks promises. So to the Minister, will her budget contain new permanent spending? Just a simple yes or no.
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the honourable member uses the language of epiphanies in an attempt to paint me and the minister and our government by extension as some kind of radical, but I'll reassure him that there is nothing radical about investing in measures that will protect the environment and create jobs at the same time. There is nothing radical about supporting women in the economy so my daughter has the same opportunities for success that I enjoy. There is nothing radical about supporting low-income workers and middle-class families so they have a decent shot at a quality of life that we too often take for granted. Mr. Speaker, Speaker, I can reassure the honourable member that the measures included in the upcoming budget will be focused on fighting COVID-19, supporting Canadians through its end, and setting the course for a recovery that is sustainable and inclusive.
Honourable member for Abbotsford.
I'll take it as a yes, another broken promise. Canadians expect their government to support them in their time of need, and we've supported those efforts. But this Prime Minister has incurred the largest deficit and achieved the worst outcomes in the G7. He's also incurred the largest debt in Canada's history. So he recently instructed his finance minister to, quote, review Canada's debt management strategy. So can she now tell us whether her budget contains a serious plan to manage the massive debt future generations will be left to pay? Yes or no?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the member's argument rests upon the premise that our pandemic response has somehow been too expensive. If he thinks our measures have been too expensive, I'd like to introduce him to my neighbor who told me that she was able to feed her kids and pay her rent because she collected CERB when she lost her job. I'd like to introduce him to a small business owner in my downtown community who was able to keep the doors open because he gained access to CEBA. I would introduce him to my classmates who worked at the Michelin plant in Pictou County, Nova Scotia, who had a job last year because their employer benefit from the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy. When it came time to support Canadians, Canadians ought to know that it was our government who had their back. We will continue to do whatever it takes to see them through this emergency.
Honourable member for Abbotsford.
So no debt management strategy. The Prime Minister also told his minister to present a new fiscal anchor. The Liberals have tried to manage this pandemic and its massive financial consequences without a clear set of rules. We've spent more per capita but achieved less than any other major developed country. Meanwhile, future generations of Canadians fear that they'll be left to pick up the tab. To the Minister, will her budget include a meaningful fiscal anchor, or does her Prime Minister still believe that budgets balance themselves?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the honourable member's worldview is patently ridiculous when he outlines it in that question. The reality is he sees the cost of our response, but not the value in the measures we have advanced to support Canadian households and businesses. He ignores the fact that inaction in the face of this once-in-a-century public health and economic emergency would have had a cost that was far greater than supporting Canadian households and businesses. I would direct him not to my own words, but to the recent report of the IMF, who indicated that if our government had not taken such quick and decisive action at the outset of this pandemic, our debt would remain the same size, but there would be economic scarring we would pay for.
The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Speaker, 60 years of education at Laurentian University is being trashed. Professors who built unique programs are being kicked out the door without even access to their severance. Students are being told not to come back even though they're halfway through their studies. And the midwifery program has been gutted even though it's had its own funding. And the member for Sudbury is saying, hey, don't look to the Liberal government for any help. But here's the thing, we had an emergency debate and the Liberals made all kinds of positive talk about Sudbury. So where is the plan to show up and work with the province to save this important Francophone, Anglophone and Indigenous institution? Where's the backbone to help Laurentian and the people of Sudbury?
The Honourable Minister.
Merci.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Obviously, we're very concerned by what's happening at Laurentian University. Not only are we concerned, but we're also thinking about the professors that lost their jobs and also the students that were affected. And that is why we are working with the Ontario government that is responsible for education to find solutions. And we will be there to support the Francophone community and the government of Ontario to ensure post-secondary education in French. So we will be there to support them.
For Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Speaker, last week, the member for Winnipeg North sponsored a charter-violating petition for Mr. Tataryn, former president of the Manitoba Liberal Party and retired police officer who is attempting to limit any criticism of police by making changes to the criminal code. The member claimed to support the petition in, quotes, spirit, but according to parliamentary records, the member also supported the petition in dollars. Financial records revealed that he had hired Tataryn as a, in quotes, subject matter expert. Mr. Speaker, why is this government willing to violate the Charter of Rights and Freedoms to help their Liberal buddies?
Full Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I want to assure the member that our government will always stand up for the Charter of Rights and Freedoms.
And we are working very hard with our law enforcement agencies and through their leadership with law enforcement agencies right across the country. Mr. Speaker, we had just this weekend in Ontario an extraordinary example where the police were offered the authorities to violate the charter, and unanimously they stood up to that and said no. And so I want to acknowledge that leadership and assure the member we remain committed to upholding all of the rights and freedoms that are available to all Canadians throughout the country.
The honourable member for Davenport.
Mr. Speaker, this past year has been extremely challenging for everyone here in Canada and for people around the world. While many Canadians have been working remotely, essential workers have been physically working on the front lines across the country to keep us safe and to make sure we have food on our tables. Many of these frontline workers are immigrants whose status is temporary. Can the Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship please inform this House on what our government has done to recognize the invaluable contributions that newcomers bring to Canada and our economy?
Honourable Minister.
For advocacy. The pandemic has shone a bright light on the extraordinary contributions of newcomers who are working on the front lines of our hospitals, long-term care homes, and farms. That's why I was proud to announce a fast, innovative, and inclusive pathway to permanent residence for up to 90,000 essential workers and international students who are already in Canada and giving back. Mr. Speaker, this is another positive example of how, when given the opportunity, hardworking and skilled newcomers can accelerate our economic recovery and drive a pathway to prosperity for all Canadians.
The honourable member for West Nova.
Mr. Speaker, 12 months have passed since the innocent victims lost their lives in the worst killing rampage in this country. The scar of the victims' loved ones are still very difficult to heal. One of the reasons is that the investigation has been slow since day one, revealing little information and keeping the victims' families in the dark. And we know the final report is due in November of 2022, but details continue to trickle out through the media. When will the minister put the victims' families first and respect their right to information as guaranteed by the Canadian Victims' Bill of Rights?
Minister.
I thank the member very much for the question. And the tragic anniversary reminds us and deepens all of our resolve to ensure that we get the answers that the families need and that we take the actions necessary to ensure this does not happen again. Mr. Speaker, we listened to the families and the people of Nova Scotia who made it very clear that they wanted a full, independent, and comprehensive public inquiry into this. And so we listened to them, and we've appointed that public inquiry, and that work is ongoing. In addition, there's also been a very extensive criminal investigation conducted by the Police of Jurisdiction, the RCMP, in this case, and that work is ongoing. Mr. Speaker, we understand the traumatic grief being experienced by that community and by those families, and we will do everything we can.
The honourable member for Lakeland.
But it has been an entire year. The Portapique massacre started with domestic violence. The murderer's partner was assaulted and hid in sub-zero temps for hours after escaping her abuser. 22 people and an unborn child were killed. Despite calls by victims' families and Conservatives for a full public inquiry, the Liberals turned to their old avoid and delay tactics. It wasn't announced for 3 months, only began taking applications for participants last month. Why has the Public Safety Minister avoided and delayed seeking justice for victims of the Portapique massacre?
The honourable minister.
Yeah, thank you again, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in the hours and days immediately following this terrible tragedy, we worked with the province of Nova Scotia in developing a plan to initiate an immediate comprehensive review of all of the circumstances, reached out to a former Chief Justice of the province of Nova Scotia to conduct that review. But we then heard very clearly from the families and the communities of Nova Scotia and all of our members of Parliament representing Nova Scotia that a public inquiry was required. And we listened and respected their wishes, and we have appointed that public inquiry. Mr. Speaker, we will do what is necessary to provide the answers to the family. We understand that a full and independent inquiry is what they want, and that's what we worked to deliver to them.
The honourable member for Richmond-Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, 1 million Canadians still do not have access to their CRA My account. Conservatives are asking the Liberals to extend the deadline for individual tax returns to June 30th to address this issue. It's a simple clear, and common sense request. Will the Prime Minister agree to extend the deadline for filing federal tax returns to June 30th? Yes or no? The Honourable Minister. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Our government understands that because of this tax season is particularly stressful for Canadians this year, and we're going to continue to be there for them at every stage. I would encourage all Canadians to file their tax return on time so that they can benefit from credits they are eligible for. And Canadians can easily produce their tax return online or on paper or over the phone for some people. So thank you. The Honourable Member for Richmond-Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, I think the Minister did not understand the question. There are million files that haven't gotten to the hands of Canadians. Quebecers are already living in an absurd situation. It's the only province in Canada where people have to file 2 tax returns because the Liberals refused the unanimous request of the Quebec National Assembly to resolve this issue. And now we have a simple request to help Canadians during the pandemic. Now, why is the government refusing to make life easier for Quebecers during this difficult time by deferring filing of federal taxes until June 30th, like the province is already doing? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In February, we announced that those who receive emergency benefits would be eligible for tax relief if they file their tax return on time. We set up solid relief measures for taxpayers so they won't have to pay penalties or fines if they have received them for reasons that are out of their control. Canadians who need help during the tax receive will receive it, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Mr. Speaker, a year ago, this House passed the block motion to increase EI sickness benefits from 15 to 50 weeks. And it was about a year ago that the Prime Minister met with Marie-Hélène Dubé and Emily Saint-Fasson, who fought to the very end for this idea. And my thoughts go out to them today. On Thursday, in response to a question from my colleague from Thérèse de Blainville on the 50 weeks issue, the Minister of Employment said that everything was on the table. Therefore, will the government increase the benefits from 15 to 50 weeks, yes or no? The Honourable Minister.
Speaker, and I thank the Honourable Member for her advocacy and hard work on this issue. Canadians expect and deserve an EI system that is flexible and responsive to their needs. That's why we've spent the last 5 years modernizing EI, making improvements for Canadians. EI sickness benefits are an important support for Canadians who need to leave work because of illness or injury. Right now, too many claimants use up their EI benefits before they can return to work. And that's why we're committed to extending EI benefits to help Canadians pay the bills while they recover. There's more work to do, Mr. Speaker, and we'll keep working so that EI is there for Canadians when they need it most.
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi.
We have a point of order. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre has a point of order on a technical issue.
Yes, I'm so sorry for interrupting, but the translation from French to English is at the same volume.
Okay. Let me just check with the technicians. Maybe just check at the bottom of your screen, make sure you're on the right language. Yes,
I am.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Let's give it a shot. On va l'essayer.
Let's try and see if the volume is correct. Can you hear me in English properly?
Okay, one moment. Any idea what that might be? I'm sorry. What we can correct. On va poser une seconde.
We're going to take a second to make sure that everything has been resolved.
We're going to try again. On va essayer.
Let's try again. Can you hear me properly in English? Oh, are both languages at the same level?
I'll ask a question. Okay, let's see if we can get that fixed in the background then, and we'll come back to it after and see what's going on.
Questions. The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Mr. Speaker, I'm not really surprised that the government is using today's budget as a convenient excuse to avoid this issue, but we can do something concrete without using the budget. I introduced Bill C-265, which would increase EI sickness benefits from 15 to 50 weeks. Mr. Speaker, you have ruled that Bill C-625 must receive royal recommendation to pass third reading. My question to the government is simple. Are you going to vote for the bill? And are you going to give it the recommendation, yes or no? The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we know many Canadians exhaust their EI sickness benefits, and that is why our government has made a commitment to extend EI sickness benefits. We understand the importance of paid sick leave, providing Canadians the support they need to get the treatment they need. And that's why we made paid sick leave a priority during the pandemic. Extending EI sickness benefits is part of our government's commitment to modernize EI. Our commitment is to Canadians and to be there for them during difficult times, whatever it takes, however long it takes. Extending EI sickness benefits is a central part of that commitment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Etobicoke-Mactaquac.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The poor planning and isolated decision-making of the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans has caused tremendous confusion and uncertainty from coast to coast. On the East Coast, the minister has not given a satisfactory answer to the lobster fishing crisis. She has only introduced an interim measure. On the West Coast, the minister has created further uncertainty and instability for our prawn harvesters as well as our fish farmers, with no plans in place to help them or the communities most affected by her decisions. When will the minister stop harming Canadian fishing communities with her unclear decisions, lack of consultation, and uncertainty?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, it's extremely disappointing to see the member opposite politicizing a Supreme Court affirmed right for First Nations communities. Mr. Speaker, we have been working with First Nations as well as with industry to communicate our plan for this year. That is to make sure that we have as many harvesters on the water as possible in a safe and efficient manner in order to sustain the fishery as we work towards long-term agreements. Mr. Speaker, the only person who seems to be confused by my decision is the member opposite.
The Honourable Member for North Okanagan-Shuswap.
Mr. Speaker, last December, the Fisheries Minister announced her Discovery Islands decision. She did not base the decision on science. She did not base the decision on advice from her department, and she did not base the decision on transparent and balanced consultations. The Discovery Islands decision is part of the minister's larger pattern of announcing surprise decisions that put British Columbians out of work, whether they be involved in aquaculture, public fishery, prawn, or crab harvest. What does the minister base her decisions on?
Full Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the decision with the intention to phase out fish farms by June of 2022 in the Discovery Islands was not an easy one to make, but it was based on the outcomes we've had after a number of discussions and consultations with the 7 First Nations in the Discovery Islands. Mr. Speaker, we have seen the court's decision on the transferring of fish. This injunction no way changes my decision to phase out farms in the Discovery Islands by June of 2022. Mr. Speaker, we will continue to work with the First Nations, with industry, and with the province on the best path forward. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Perth-Wellington.
Mr. Speaker, in Ontario, the third wave is already hammering small businesses that were already on their last legs. ICUs and hospitals are filling up with COVID patients who have not received their vaccines. Kids in Ontario aren't in school. They can't play soccer or baseball. All while seeing businesses and families south of the border getting back to normal in a vaccinated United States. This third wave is entirely due to the failure of this government to deliver vaccines. Mr. Speaker, will the government urgently deliver adequate vaccines to Ontario so that families can fight off the third wave?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, every step of the way, we've been there for provinces and territories, indeed Canadians, to protect them from COVID-19 and to protect their financial security. We're going to continue to do that, Mr. Speaker, by working with all provinces and territories across the country. The distribution of vaccines is an agreement that's been worked out collaboratively amongst premiers. We'll continue to make sure that vaccines are delivered in a timely way so they can continue their important work of vaccinating their populations.
The Honourable Member for Châteauguay-Lacolle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We know that COVID-19 has had a significant impact on small businesses, particularly Indigenous businesses. Indigenous economic development is an essential aspect of reconciliation. Last week, this government made a significant investment in the Indigenous Growth Fund. Can the Minister tell the House how this concrete commitment to economic reconciliation will benefit Indigenous entrepreneurs across the country? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd also like to thank my colleague from Châteauguay-Lacolle. We are committed to supporting the success of Indigenous entrepreneurs. Our $50 million investment in the Indigenous Growth Fund will help close the gap between Indigenous and non-Indigenous businesses, create greater economic equity, and further advance the important work of reconciliation.
Member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Mr. Speaker, this government repeatedly says it's delivered. The only thing I can say it's actually delivered are COVID-19 new variants that are wreaking havoc across this country. Mr. Speaker, let me be clear. These new variants are only here because of this government's catastrophic failure to secure our borders. Will this government finally admit this failure, apologize to Canadians who have lost family members during this COVID variant third wave?
Mr. Speaker, COVID-19 is indeed a global pandemic. It is unfortunate that we see every country around the world battling COVID and trying to protect their citizens. And that's exactly what we've done, Mr. Speaker. We've added layers of protection at the border, including most recently, as the member opposite would know, the requirement to test before departure, to test upon arrival, to stay in a government-approved hotel, to receive their negative test before moving on to their personal quarantine, to sequence all positive tests, and indeed to ensure that people submit to a 10-day test before leaving quarantine. Mr. Speaker, will continue to protect Canadians from the importation of COVID-19.
The Honourable Member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, we know Canadian soldiers were deployed to Latvia without having their COVID vaccinations. Within 2 weeks of joining their Canadian soldier colleagues in Latvia, we learned that the pandemic peaked in Latvia. Now we learn that soldiers have been deployed to another COVID hotspot in Ukraine. Why doesn't the Prime Minister realize that his vaccine shortages aren't just serious in Ontario, but dangerous for our women and men serving overseas?
Hear, hear. Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for the question. The health and safety of our Canadian Armed Forces members serving abroad and inside Canada is our top priority. Our Surgeon General and the Acting Chief of Defence Staff have been working with our health officials on prioritizing where the vaccines should go. And we do have a very good plan in place to making sure that our members get vaccinated. And in fact, I just got a briefing this morning, and more should be happening very quickly.
Interrupt the Honourable Minister. Nous avons un problème.
We have a point of order. The sound was not working, Mr. Speaking. The interpretation wasn't working.
In French. C'est traduit? Parfait. Okay.
All right, the translation is working.
Minister, start right from the beginning then so that everyone can hear the answer. Maybe just move the arm just a little bit up or down so that it's not directly in front of your mouth. Perfect. Very good. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll try this again. The health and safety of our members in the Canadian Armed Forces is our top priority, Mr. Speaker, whether it's serving abroad.
Nous avons un rappel au règlement.
There's another point of order. The interpreter has stated that it seems that the minister's sound is not adequate for proper interpretation. I'm sorry. My speakers are not working. Could you repeat that, please? What I was saying, Mr. Speaker, that the interpreter has told us that the minister's equipment doesn't seem to be adequate to allow him to be interpreted.
Seems to be a problem with the equipment on the minister's side. What I've seen in the past, maybe sometimes the headset is on, but it's not the active microphone. Maybe it's on the camera. We'll take a look at that. If you can look at the on the bottom of your screen, on your left, there's a little microphone there. If you click on that and see what is on, if it's the headset or is it the camera?
Mr. Speaker, on my side, it says that both are working. We have been working already with the IT officials in trying to get a better system in place and trying to troubleshoot. And my team is working on this. But right now, I have everything hooked up, and I checked it just before question period started.
Okay, 1 second. Un moment, l'honorable.
1 minute. The honourable member for Salaberry-sur-Roi has a point of order. Mr. Speaker, I feel like I'm having a conversation with the interpreter that's interpreting from English to French. They're saying that the sound that is coming out of the minister's microphone is not adequate. That's what we're hearing in the earpiece. So please speak with the interpreters to make sure they can hear you.
S'il vous plaît.
1 moment.
C'est un problème.
There is an issue with this minister's system, apparently. So I would ask for your patience. I'm not sure what we're going to do. I'm going to ask him to repeat his answer. And the honourable member for Salaberry-sur-Roi, Mr. Speaker, we cannot accept a minister's answer that is not interpreted. I would suggest that perhaps we could ask the parliamentary secretary to respond with who has adequate sound.
Qui répond, c'est au gouvernement.
It's up to the party to decide who answers questions. I cannot decide who should do so.
Here from it, we have an issue with the sound system. Let's try one more time, and if it doesn't work, then maybe we'll request an answer in writing. The Honourable Minister will try again and see what happens.
Mr. Speaker, is this better?
That is better.
Try to reconnect again?
Yes, that is better. Okay, I think we've kind of resolved the problem. Go ahead, answer the question.
Mr. Speaker, thank you, and I'm sorry for that problem. Our team has been working on solving this because the translation is very important to me as well. Mr. Speaker, the health and safety of our Canadian Armed Forces members is important and our top priority for us. The Chief of Defense Staff and our Surgeon General has been working tirelessly to making sure the priority is done. Vaccination is currently ongoing. More doses have been provided, and I can assure you we're working at top speed to making sure that our members are looked after, but this is all done with proper medical advice. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberal vaccine rollout has been floundering for months. We keep paying the price for vaccine delivery delays. In my riding of Sarnia-Lambton, we've had to cancel vaccine clinics repeatedly. Case numbers and ICU hospitalizations are out of control. Do the Liberals have any plan to actually get us out of this pandemic?
Honourable Minister. Sorry.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for the question, and as I have reiterated in this House today, we are exceeding our targets. We received 3.5 million more vaccines into this country in Q1, and we'll be at 48 to 50 million vaccines prior to the end of Q2. I will remind the honourable members that we bring the vaccines into the country and the provinces are responsible for their distribution. We have brought 12.7 million vaccines into the country, and 10 million or so of those vaccines have been distributed. We'll continue to bring vaccines in by the million, as the agreement with Pfizer that we announced last week suggests, and we will work with our provinces and territories to make sure all Canadians who wish to have access to a vaccine do have access. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Sydney Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday, people across my home province of Nova Scotia came together to remember the lives of those that were taken from us far too soon. Despite all the hurt and the pain, we remain Nova Scotia strong. As we continue to grieve together, we are thankful for the support we've received from Canadians. Your kindness and generosity will not be forgotten. Today, we remember those 22 lives and the many others who continue to live with this pain. Can the Minister of Public Safety please speak to this further?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to begin by thanking the member of Sydney Victoria for his question, but I also want to acknowledge all of my Nova Scotia colleagues for their strong advocacy, compassion, and leadership in this terrible time of tragedy. Today we mark the tragic anniversary of the mass shooting that took the lives of 22 of our fellow Canadians. And to the family, friends, and communities who lost loved ones in this terrible tragedy, you remain in our hearts and in our prayers. I also want to take the opportunity to assure them that the memory of their tragic loss will serve to deepen our collective resolve to get the answers that families require through the independent public inquiry and to ensure that we will take every step necessary to make sure this never happens again.
The Honourable Member for Skeena Bulkley Valley.
Mr. Speaker, on February 11th, the tugboat Ingenika sank near Kitimat, claiming the lives of Troy Pearson and Charlie Craig. This tragic incident has brought to light the lack of regulations for tugboats below 15 tons. Workers have shared stories of poor maintenance, inadequate training, and tugs operating in unsafe conditions. We must use the lessons from this tragedy to improve safety for all tugboat crews working on our coasts. Will the minister commit to immediate action so that every worker who goes to sea comes home safely to their families?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, our heart goes out to the families of those who suffered in that accident. And my department and I, along with my colleague, the Minister of Oceans and Fisheries, are working together on addressing the situation. I thank my colleague for raising this question, and I look forward to his input into how we can move forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Kitchener South Hespeler.
Mr. Speaker, travel agents in my constituency expressed their worry that they would have to return thousands of dollars in commission if airlines were required to pay out refunds to travelers for tickets unused or cancelled because of the pandemic. Can the minister please explain how the recent agreement with Air Canada will impact travel agents?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, last week we announced an agreement with Air Canada that refunds passengers, that protects jobs, that restore routes, and protects travel agents. We are looking in the middle of discussions with other airlines, Mr. Speaker, to offer the same benefits, and I look forward to hearing an outcome of these discussions soon. But air travelers are an integral part of these discussions, Mr. Speaker.
That's all the time we have for question period today. C'est tout le temps que nous avons. Suite aux discussions entre les représentants.
Following discussions among representatives of all parties in the House, I understand that there is an agreement to observe a moment of silence.
I'll invite the House to rise and observe a minute of silence in memory of the victims of the tragic event that happened a year ago in Nova Scotia. It being 3:18, pursuant to order made on Monday, January 25th, 2021, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at the second reading stage of Bill C-15.
Call in the members.
The question is the following one. Monsieur Lametti, appuyez.
Mr. Lametti, seconded by Ms. Bibeau, moved that Bill C-15, an act respecting the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Indigenous and Northern Affairs.
Period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person.
All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Madame Mendez.
And I get to lead the vote.
Madame Mendez.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Monsieur Blanchet.
Monsieur Blanchet.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Champoux.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Perron. Terrien, pardon.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mrs. Falk, Battlefords, Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battlefords, Lloydminster.
La Chambre attendra.
The House will now wait for the voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. I wish to inform the House that the voting period has ended.
Due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them. Mr. Baines.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Baines, yea, pour.
Ms. Glydu.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Ms. Gladue, nay, contre.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Ms. Gould, yea, pour.
Ms. McPherson.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr.
Lukiski.
Ms. McPherson, pour. Yay.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Lukiski, contre. Against.
The table will now compile the results of the vote. Mr. McKenzie had not, I just saw a hand go up. Mr. McKenzie?
I vote against the motion.
Okay, very good.
Mr. McKenzie, contre. Against.
I don't see any more raised hands. I'll now ask the table to compile the votes.
Yeas pour 214, 214. Nays contre 115, 115.
Je déclare la motion.
I declare the motion carried.
En conséquence,
accordingly, the bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on Indigenous and Northern Affairs.
Well, we have a point of order by the Honourable Member for Labrador.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today on a point of order and ask the member for Nunavut to apologize for her comments made on Twitter over the weekend. In a response to an Indigenous politics post, she said that I am not an Inuk. This member has no right to question my culture or Indigenous identity. It is a violation of my honesty and integrity as a parliamentarian. I ask the member to respect all Indigenous people in Canada and to apologize for her statement and stop committing racial erosion against our culture. It is attitudes like this that have set Inuit back decades in modern society, and I ask that she stand and apologize for her comment and withdraw it on Twitter.
I thank the Honourable Member for her comments and her input. Unfortunately, the Speaker does not have jurisdiction over what goes on outside the chamber, outside the House, and I'm going to have to leave it at that. We have a point of order, the Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay.
Yeah, I just want to be very clear from your ruling there, because I did see that exchange on Twitter, and the question was about whether or not the Liberals had been meeting with mining companies and been telling the truth. So I'm very concerned that this attack on the member for Nunavut has been made in the House when we know that on Twitter this is a separate issue. So is the Speaker saying that it's not his jurisdiction to intervene in Twitter spats with members online?
Social media, I'm afraid if the Speaker had to make rulings on everything that was said on social media, it would we wouldn't have time for much else. But no, the member for Timmins James Bay is correct. What goes on in the chamber gets ruled on by the Speaker and not what goes on social media. Okay, I think we're getting into debate here, so I don't want to move into debate. We'll move on unless there's another point of order, a point of privilege being claimed, and then we'll go on. Tabling of documents.
Introduction of government bills.
Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees, the honourable member for Brampton North. The honourable member for Brampton North. I believe you're on mute.
Sorry, I was on mute. I was presenting on mute. Pursuant to Standing Order 104 and 114, I have the honor to present in both official languages the 15th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs regarding the membership of committees of the House. If the House gives its consent, I intend to move concurrence in the 15th report later this day. Thank you.
Mr. Lefebvre, Monsieur Lefebvre, appuyé par Monsieur Serret.
Mr. Lefebvre, seconded by Mr. Serret, is asking for leave to table a bill, an act to amend the Companies Creditors Arrangement Act. This motion is deemed adopted.
For Sudbury.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm introducing my private member's bill, which amends the Companies Creditors Arrangement Act, CCAA, by simply adding publicly funded post-secondary institutions to the companies excluded from CCAA protection. This is seconded by my colleague, the MP for Nickel Belt. Comme les députés de cette Chambre le savent.
As members in this House know, Laurentian University has applied for protection under the Companies Creditors Arrangement Act.
University community, for Sudbury, and for Northern Ontario. En tant que Sudburois, moi aussi j'ai été choqué.
I'm from Sudbury, and I was shocked at the depth and the extent of the cuts announced last Monday. I spoke to professors, students, and staff and about the devastating effects which the cuts will have on the community.
Laurentian University administration felt that they had to cut more than 180 professors and staff, dozens upon dozens of academic programs, that thousands of students were thrown into chaos right in the middle of their exam period by using the CCAA process in order to salvage Laurentian University, demonstrates the need to amend the CCAA Act, and that this restructuring process was not created for such an institution and obviously such an outcome. Jusqu'à présent, il était raisonnable.
Until now, it was reasonable to think that a responsible provincial government would ensure that the financial situation would not be so bad. Unfortunately, here we are. What's happening now with Laurentian University should never happen to any Canadian university or college.
This was never intended to be used by publicly funded institutions this way. With this bill, Mr. Speaker, I want to guarantee that no other publicly funded post-secondary institution in Canada, their students, their professors, and their community suffer the way that our Laurentian University community is suffering right now, and that provincial governments finally ensure the oversight and proper funding of our publicly funded post-secondary institutions. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Lefebvre, seconded by Mr. Serret, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Première lecture des...
First reading of Senate public bills.
Motions. The Honourable Member for Brampton North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If the House gives its consent, I move that the 15th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure in House Affairs presented to the House earlier this day be concurred in.
Are there any opposed to it being adopted as proposed? Hearing no opposition, agreed and so ordered. Motions. The Honourable Member for Carleton, and we'll just, here we are. Got it. Mr. Polyev, seconded by Mr. Seaback, moves that the first report of the Standing Committee on Finance presented on Tuesday, February 16, 2021 be concurred in. Debate. The Honourable Member for Carleton.
Thank you very much. This Prime Minister is spending Canada's tomorrow on his today. Here we are, another record-breaking deficit. In fact, in the last 2 years alone, the government will have added roughly $500 billion to Canada's national debt. And with the fiscal program laid out, we will see this Prime Minister having added more debt than all of the previous prime ministers going back to Confederation combined. Now, the Prime Minister might take delight in the present day experience of all of his spending. Yesterday is history. Tomorrow is a mystery. Today is a gift, and that's why they call it a present. And so he might not worry about what's to come. He might say the mystery of tomorrow, we'll find out its answers when we get there. But how can we predict what all of this debt will mean tomorrow? Well, the only way to see into the future is to look to the past. And look at the example of the most prescient, prophetic political leader of all time, Winston Churchill. Of course, in the early 1930s, he predicted World War II while most were blind to German aggression. In 1946, while most still believed that they could maintain a pact, the wartime pact with Stalin well into the post-war period, he arrived at Fulton College in Missouri and gave his famous Iron Curtain speech predicting the Cold War that would define the following half century. Not only that, but in Maclean's magazine in 1931, he wrote some very prescient language about technology with which we can all relate today. He said, wireless telephones and television upon their present path of development would enable their owner to connect up to any room similarly installed and hear and take part in the conversation as well as if he put his head in through the window. The congregation of men in cities would become superfluous. There would be no more object in living in the same city with one's neighbor than there is today in living with him in the same house. The cities and the countryside would become indistinguishable. Now, as we're all entering the Zoom world, where people are living in the countryside and doing work that was formerly done congregated together, we can see the incredible prophecies of Winston Churchill, who predicted everything that we would call today the iPad, the smartphone, the Zoom, and the Skype. But how did he make these kinds of predictions 90 years before they would happen? Well, the answer is, as he put it when he advised young people at one commencement ceremony, study history, history, history. He wrote 52 volumes of Nobel Prize winning literature, almost all of it on history. And he said there was a methodology for seeing the future. Here's what he wrote it would be. There are two processes which we adopt consciously or unconsciously when we try to prophesize. We can seek a period in the past whose conditions resemble as closely as possible those of our day and presume that the sequel to that period will, save a few minor alterations, be similar. Secondly, we can survey the general course of development in our immediate past and endeavor to prolong it into the future. In other words, look back in order to see forward. Now, we can do the very same thing about economics, and thankfully, Doctors Rogoff and Reinhardt from Harvard University have condensed 800 years of financial and debt history into 5 leading indicators for a forthcoming debt crisis. Do they apply to Canada? We'll quickly go through them. 1, declining output. Well, last year our GDP dropped $120 billion. Check. 2, large and sustained current account deficits. That means we buy more from the world than we sell to the world. Well, we've had that for the last 5 years as well, amounting to $300 billion of current account deficits. Check. 3rd, asset price inflation. Well, anybody trying to buy a house lately knows we have that. House prices are up somewhere around 25% in the same year when the income with which our economy buys those houses has dropped. In fact, Toronto and Vancouver are 2 of the most expensive housing markets on planet Earth. 2 of the 10 most expensive, to be precise. So yes, we have asset price inflation. Check. And then we have the next is rising household leverage. Well, we have $1.75 of debt for every dollar of take-home pay, the highest ratio in the G7 and near record in Canadian history. Check. And finally, a rise in the overall debt across the economy which I think we can all agree is true. Last year, the deficit, was equal to 17% of GDP, which is the largest single deficit we have ever had outside of Second World War. In fact, as a share of GDP, it is twice the size as in World War I, 3 times the size as in the Great Depression, 4 times the size as it was in the Great Global Recession. The only time it was ever bigger was in the mid-period of the Second World War, when we were fighting Imperial Japan, the Nazis, and the fascists of Mussolini. But other than that, we have experienced record levels of debt increase in this short period of time. Therefore, the fifth and final leading indicator based on historical experience of a forthcoming debt crisis, according to these 2 distinguished economists who have done exhaustive research, case by case, over 8 centuries, all 5 of those different rules are checked in this case. So, some will say, this time is different. At this time, we can break all of the rules of public finance and have nothing go wrong. This time, because, I don't know, we have Skype, we have new technology, we have Twitter, we can do all the things that were mathematically impossible throughout all of history. This time is different. Well, it turns out that Reinhardt and Rogoff named their book "This Time is Different" because every single time there's a debt crisis in the years leading up to it, what do the politicians say? This time is different. Let me quote. The essence of "this time is different" syndrome is simple. It is rooted firmly in the belief that financial crises are things that happen to other people, in other countries, at other times. Crises do not happen to us here and now. We are doing things better. We are smarter. We have learned from past mistakes. The old rules of valuation no longer apply. Unfortunately, highly leveraged economies can unwittingly be sitting with their backs to the edge of the financial cliff for many years before chance and circumstance provoke a crisis of confidence that pushes them off. And so, we ask ourselves if we are again sitting with our backs to the edge of that cliff. Now, Mr. Speaker, as I said at the outset, we need to look back in order to see forward. Have we been here before? Well, it turns out we have. I mean, it was totally different circumstances. For example, back then, the Prime Minister's name was Trudeau. Back then, he was running a deficit of 11% of GDP. Right now, we have a Prime Minister by the same name, but he's running a deficit from last year of 17% of GDP. Totally different. Now, totally different. Back then, Pierre Elliott Trudeau sent the Bank of Canada on a money printing spree to pay for all of his spending. And the money supply, M2, grew by 15%. Now it is totally different. Money supply has only gone up 13%. They're completely different circumstances. Why do you keep going back in the past like that? Next, back then, federal government spending had gone over the 20% mark. Now it's almost 30%. Completely different. The economy, the government as a share of the economy is a third bigger now than it was back then. And so with all the same recipe, all the same ingredients put in the pot, we expect to come away with a different stew, Mr. Speaker. Well, the reality is that history repeats itself. When you do the same things over and over and expect a different result, you are carrying out the very definition of insanity. And so what happened as a result of the debt crisis of Pierre Elliott Trudeau in the early 1980s, when he ran deficits of over 10% of GDP, increased the money supply in just 1 year by 15%, and had a government that consumed, a federal government alone that consumed more than a fifth of the economy? Well, we had something called stagflation, the stagflation crisis of the early 1980s. And what was the human cost of that crisis. 650,000 more people were in poverty by 1984 than were in poverty in 1980. A 25% increase in poverty in just 4 years. Inflation hit a nearly half-century high of 12%. Unemployment hit an all-time high also of 12%. There was an all-time high in interest rates, with the bank overnight lending rate hitting 18%. Can you imagine 18% interest rates, Mr. Speaker? You are far too young to remember all the way back to that time. And when you combine inflation and unemployment, as economists do, they add one to the other to create something called the misery index. That is the amount by which consumer prices are rising and the percentage of the people who are without jobs. That reached 24%, again, an all-time high. And there's something very tragic about a high misery index. When people's costs go up and their salaries go down, their desperation rises, often they end their own misery. And in the year 1983, under Pierre Elliott Trudeau, and the policies that we see replicated now, the suicide rate hit 14.8 per 100,000, the single highest suicide rate in Canadian history, before or since. When things get miserable enough, people have a tendency, tragically, to end their misery. And we know from economic data around the world that financial crises can be lethal. For one, according to Rogoff and Reinhardt, they see a drop in housing prices of 1/3, which means people's homes are worth less than their mortgages, meaning they can't possibly ever pay off their mortgage, and they must default with enormous losses that cascade across the economy. Because they have no net equity, they can't find a place to live. Unemployment rises by 7 percentage points in the average financial crisis, Mr. Speaker. And according to the University of Calgary, in Canada, for every 1 percentage point increase in the unemployment rate, you get a 2 percentage point increase in the suicide rate. In financial crises that happened across Asia, for example, in 1997, there were 10,000 excess suicides that occurred. In the Great Global Recession, the Great Recession of the 2008-9 period, there were also another 10,000 additional economic suicides reported by the British Journal of Psychiatry. There is an abundance of scholarly evidence that financial crises destroy not only people's livelihoods and their bank accounts and their net worth, but also force many to do the most desperate of deeds. And that is exactly what we need to avoid. But history also gives us reason for hope. And let me look back at another part of our history. As I said at the outset, only once in history has the deficit in Canada been bigger than it was last year, and that was in the middle of the Second World War. Our men and women returned from the battlefield having this enormous debt. And you know what they did? They immediately worked to pay it off. By 1947, the federal government was running the single biggest budget surplus as a share of GDP in Canadian history, 5% of GDP. That would be the equivalent of a surplus of over $100 billion today, were it matched relative to our economy now. And from the end of the war to 1973, our economy grew from $12 billion to $128 billion. That is economic growth of 1,000%, literally 1,000% increase in the size of our nominal economy. So our ancestors returned from the battlefields and went to the farm fields and factories and unleashed a torrent of production at the same time as they exercised good, responsible management. They had fought for our freedom, and then they returned to fight for our finances. And they basically vaporized the debt. Now, it is true that in this period there was a phenomenal growth in the industrial power of our economic system. New machinery was invented that allowed our factories, our mines, our warehouses, and our transportation systems to crank out far more goods and services for our people than ever before. But happily, the same is now occurring with technology. We are experiencing another industrial technological revolution that can empower the same kind of productive enhancements. But it will take change, and it will take an effort to secure our future. We need to unleash the free enterprise system, restore industry and frugality at the same time, so that our incomes can outpace our debts, so that we can replace a credit card economy with a paycheck economy, so that our people can be confident in their ability to pay down their mortgages, and our governments to pay down their debts, so that our programs upon which our most vulnerable rely will always have a solid financial footing, so that our hardworking public servants can continue to draw the salaries that they deserve. This is what it means to secure our future. Unfortunately, we have a government that is focused exclusively on the myopia of the here and now, taking incredible risks as we sit on the edge of this debt cliff. But Mr. Speaker, it does not have to be this way, because just as our history tells us of the folly of the past, it tells us about the hope for the future. And we in this party will build upon that hope and stand on the shoulders of our ancestors who gave us this mighty and great country, and let us keep Canada strong and free. Thank you.
I want to thank the honourable member. This is the end of the time as we're moving into the budget, which should start momentarily. But when we do return, the honourable member will have 10 minutes of questions and comments coming to him when we resume debate.
What do you think, Tom? All lines behind. Do you think we should? Do you think? What do you think? Anthony, should we go sit behind where the deputy PM is? We'll say you don't have to sit in your place. Where do you sit? It's up to you. I like that seat.
Oh, say that now once we go over there.
Comme il est 16h05, il est...
As it is 4:05, it is my duty to interrupt the deliberations on the motion. Consequently, the debate will be held at a next session.
Consideration of Ways and Means Proceedings number 2 concerning the budget presentation. Ms. Freeland, seconded by Madame Fortier, moves that this House approve in general the budgetary policy of the government. L'Honorable Ministre des Finances.
The Honorable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 83-1, I would like to table, in both official languages, the budget documents for 2021, including the notices of Ways and Means motions. Les détails concernant les mesures sont exposés.
The details regarding these measures are included in these documents and pursuant to Standing Order 83-2. I ask that the study of these motions be added to the orders of the day.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Mr. Speaker, I would like to begin by taking a moment to mourn the tragedy in Nova Scotia a year ago yesterday. To the families and friends of the 22 people who were killed, and to all Nova Scotians, we grieve with you. This is also a day when people across Canada are fighting the most virulent wave of the virus we've experienced so far. Healthcare workers in many provinces are struggling to keep ICUs from overflowing, and millions of Canadians are facing stringent new restrictions. We're all tired, frustrated, and even afraid. But we will get through this. We'll do it together. Ce budget vise à finir la lutte.
This budget is about finishing the fight against COVID. It's about healing the economic wounds left by the COVID recession. And it's about creating more jobs, as well as prosperity for Canadians in the days and in the decades to come.
L'objectif est de répondre aux besoins.
The goal is to meet the urgent needs of today and to build for the long term. This is a budget focused on middle-class Canadians. It's focused on pulling more Canadians up into the middle class. This is a plan that embraces this moment of global transformation to a green and clean economy.
This budget addresses three fundamental challenges. First, we need to conquer COVID. That means buying vaccines and supporting provincial and territorial healthcare systems. It means enforcing our quarantine rules at the border and within the country. It means providing Canadians and Canadian businesses with the support they need to get through these tough third-wave lockdowns and to come roaring back when the economy fully reopens. Second, we must punch our way out of the COVID recession. That means ensuring lost jobs are recovered as swiftly as possible and hard-hit businesses rebound quickly. It means providing support where COVID has struck the hardest, to women, to young people, to low-wage workers, and to small and medium-sized businesses, especially in tourism and hospitality. The final challenge is to build a more resilient Canada. Better, more fair, more prosperous, and more innovative. That means investing in Canada's green transition and the green jobs that go with it. in Canada's digital transformation and Canadian innovation, and in building infrastructure for a dynamic, growing country. And it means providing Canadians with social infrastructure, from early learning and childcare to student grants to income top-ups, so the middle class can flourish and more Canadians can join it. Nos aînés ont été les principaux.
Our elders have been this virus's principal victims. The pandemic has preyed on them mercilessly, ending thousands of lives and forcing all seniors into fearful isolation. We have failed so many of those living in long-term care facilities. To them and to their families, let me say this: I am so sorry. We owe you so much better than this. That's why we propose a $3 billion investment to help ensure that provinces and territories provide a high standard of care in their long-term care facilities. And we are delivering today on our promise to increase old age security for Canadian men and women aged 75 and older.
Our government has been urgently procuring vaccines since last spring and providing them at no cost to Canadians. Nearly 10 million Canadians have received at least one dose of vaccine. By the end of September, Canada will have received 100 million doses, enough to fully vaccinate every adult Canadian. We need to be ready for new variants of COVID, and we must have the booster shots that will allow us to keep them in check. That's why we're rebuilding our national biomanufacturing capacity, so that we can make these vaccines here in Canada. Canada has brilliant scientists and entrepreneurs. We'll support them with an investment of $2.2 billion in biomanufacturing and life sciences. Lorsque la COVID a frappé pour la première fois,
when COVID first hit, it pushed our country into its deepest recession since the Great Depression.
Toutefois, il s'agit d'une choc.
This, however, is an economic shock of a very particular kind. We are not suffering because of endogenous flaws or imbalances within our economy. Rather, the COVID recession is driven by an entirely external event, like the economic devastation of a flood, a blizzard, a wildfire, or other natural disaster. That is why an essential part of Canada's fight against COVID has been unprecedented. The unprecedented level of federal support for Canadians and Canadian businesses has been offered. We knew that Canadians needed a lifeline to get through this COVID storm. And our approach has worked. Canada's GDP grew by almost 10% in the fourth quarter of last year. We will continue to do whatever it takes. Our government is prepared to extend support measures as long as the fight against this virus requires them. As Canada pivots to recovery, our economic plan will do the same.
We promised last year to spend up to $100 billion over 3 years to get Canada back to work and to ensure the lives and prospects of Canadians are not permanently stunted by this pandemic recession. This budget keeps that promise. Altogether, we will create nearly 500,000 new training and work experience opportunities for Canadians. we will fulfill our throne speech commitment to create 1 million jobs by the end of this year. Some will say our sense of urgency is misplaced. Some will say that we're spending too much. To them, I ask this. Did you lose your job during a COVID lockdown? Were you reluctantly let go by your small business employers who were like a family to you, but simply could not afford your salary any longer? Are you worried you'll be laid off in this third wave? Are you a mother forced to quit the dream job you fought to get because there was no way to keep working while caring for your young children? Did you graduate last spring, and are you still struggling to find work? Is your family business, launched perhaps by your parents, and which you'd hope to pass on to your children, now struggling under a sudden burden of debt and fending off bankruptcy through sheer grit and determination every day? If COVID has taught us anything, it's that we're all in this together. Our country cannot prosper if we leave hundreds of thousands of Canadians behind. The world has learned the lesson of 2009, the cost of allowing economic hardship to fester. In some countries, democracy itself has been threatened by that mistake. We will not let that happen in Canada. Environ 300,000 Canadiens qui
About 300,000 Canadians who had a job before the pandemic are still out of work. And more Canadians may lose their jobs in this month's lockdowns. To support Canadian workers as we fight the third wave, and to provide an economic bridge to a fully recovered economy, we will build on the enhancements we have made during the pandemic. We will maintain flexible access to employment insurance benefits for another year until the fall of 2022. The Canada Recovery Benefit, which we created to support Canadians not covered by employment insurance, will remain in place through September 25th and extend an additional 12 weeks of benefits to Canadians. As our economy fully reopens over the summer, the benefit amount will go to $300 a week after July 17th.
Les travailleurs à faible revenu au Canada.
Low-wage workers in Canada work harder than anyone else in this country for less pay. In the past year, they have faced both significant infection risks as well as layoffs. And many people live below the poverty line, even though they work full-time. We cannot ignore their contribution and their hardship, and we will not. We propose to expand the Canada Workers' Benefit to invest $8.9 billion over 6 years in additional support for low-wage workers. This will extend income top-ups to about 1 million more Canadians and lift nearly 100,000 people out of poverty. And this budget will introduce a $15 an hour federal minimum wage. COVID has exposed the dangerous inadequacy of sickness benefits in Canada. we will do our part and fulfill our campaign commitment by extending EI sickness benefits from 15 to 26 weeks.
We know the pandemic has exacerbated systemic barriers faced by racialized Canadians. So, Budget 2021 provides additional funding for the Black Entrepreneurship Program, as well as an investment in a Black-led philanthropic endowment fund to help fight anti-Black racism and improve social and economic outcomes in Black communities. One of the most striking aspects of the pandemic has been the historic sacrifice young Canadians have made to protect their parents and grandparents. Our youth have paid a high price to keep the rest of us safe. We cannot and we will not allow young Canadians to become a lost generation. They need our support to launch their adult lives and careers in post-COVID Canada, and they will get it. We will invest $5.7 billion over 5 years in Canada's youth. We will make college and university more accessible and affordable. We will create job openings in skilled trades and high-tech industries, and we will double the Canada Student Grant for 2 more years, while extending the waiver of interest on federal student loans through March 2030. More than 350,000 low-income student borrowers will also have access to more generous repayment assistance. COVID has brutally exposed something women have long known. Without childcare, parents, usually mothers, can't work. The closing of our schools and daycares drove women's participation in the labor force down to its lowest level in more than 2 decades. Early learning and childcare has long been a feminist issue. COVID has shown us that it's an urgent economic issue, too. I was 2 years old when the Royal Commission on the Status of Women urged Canada to establish a universal system of early learning and childcare. My mother was one of Canada's redoubtable second wave of feminists who fought, and outside Quebec failed to make that recommendation a reality. A generation after that, Paul Martin and Ken Dryden tried again. This half-century of struggle is a testament to the difficulty and complexity of the task. But this time, we're going to do it. This budget is the map and the trailhead. There is agreement across the political spectrum that early learning and childcare is the national economic policy we need now. This is social infrastructure that will drive jobs and growth. This is feminist economic policy. This is smart economic policy. That's why this budget commits up to $30 billion over 5 years, reaching $9.2 billion every year permanently to build a high-quality, affordable, and accessible early learning and childcare system across Canada. This is not an effort that will deliver instant gratification. We are building something that, of necessity, must be constructed collaboratively and for the long term. But I have confidence in us. I have confidence that we are a country that believes in investing in our future, in our children, and in our young parents. Here is our goal. 5 years from now, parents across the country should have access to high-quality early learning and childcare for an average of $10 a day. I make this promise to Canadians today, speaking as your finance minister and as a working mother. We will get it done. Alors que nous prenons
In making this historic commitment, I want to thank the visionary leaders of Quebec, particularly Quebec's feminists, who have shown the rest of Canada the way forward. This plan will, of course, also provide additional resources to Quebec, which might well use them to further support an early learning and childcare system that is already the envy of the rest of Canada and indeed much of the world.
Small businesses are the vital heart of our economy, and they have been hardest hit by the lockdowns. Healing the wounds of COVID requires a rescue plan for them. So, Budget 2021 proposes to extend the wage subsidy, rent subsidy, and lockdown support for businesses and other employers until September 25, 2021, for an estimated total of $12.1 billion in additional support. To help the hardest hit businesses pivot back to growth, we propose a new Canada Recovery Hiring Program, which will run from June to November and will provide $595 million to make it easier for businesses to hire back laid-off workers or to bring on new ones. But our government will do much more than execute a rescue. With this budget, we will make unprecedented investments in Canada's small businesses, helping them invest in new technologies and innovation. We will invest up to $4 billion to help up to 160,000 small and medium-sized businesses buy and adopt the new technologies they need to grow. The Canada Digital Adoption Program will also provide businesses with the advice and help they need to get the most out of these new technologies by training 28,000 young Canadians, a Canadian Technology Corps, and sending them out to work with our small and medium-sized businesses. This groundbreaking program will help Canadian small businesses go digital and become more competitive and efficient. Le financement accru.
Increased funding for the Venture Capital Catalyst Initiative will help provide financing to innovative Canadian businesses so they can grow. We will also encourage businesses to invest in themselves. We will allow immediate expensing of up to $1.5 million of eligible investments by Canadian-controlled private corporations in each of the next 3 years. These larger deductions will support 325,000 businesses in making critical investments and will represent $2.2 billion in total savings to them over the next 5 years. Building for the future means investing in innovation and entrepreneurs. So, we propose to invest in the next phase of the Pan-Canadian Artificial Intelligence Strategy and to launch similar strategies in genomics and quantum science, areas where Canada is a global leader.
In 2020, job growth means green growth. This budget sets out a plan to help achieve GHG emissions reductions of 36% from 2005 levels by 2030 and puts us on a path to achieve net zero emissions by 2050. It puts in place the funding to achieve our 25% land and marine conservation targets by 2025. En effectuant des investissements.
By making targeted investments in transformational technologies, we can ensure that Canada benefits from the next wave of global investment and growth. The resource and manufacturing sectors that are Canada's traditional economic pillars, energy, mining, agriculture, forestry, steel, aluminum, autos, aerospace, will be the foundation of our new, resilient, and sustainable economy. Canada will become more productive and competitive by supplying the green exports the world wants and needs. That is why we propose a historic investment of a further $5 billion over 7 years, starting in 2021, 2022 in the Net Zero Accelerator. With this added support, on top of the $3 billion we committed in December, the Net Zero Accelerator will help even more companies invest to reduce their greenhouse gas emissions while continuing to grow their businesses.
We will propel the green transition through new tax measures, including for zero emissions technology, carbon capture and storage, and green hydrogen. We are at a pivotal moment in the green transformation. We can lead, or we can be left behind. Our government knows that the only choice for Canada is to be in the vanguard. Our growing population is one of our great economic strengths, and a growing country needs to build. We need to build housing. We need to build public transit. We need to build broadband. We need to build infrastructure. And we will. We will invest $2.5 billion and reallocate $1.3 billion in existing funding to help build, repair, and support 35,000 housing units. And we will support the conversion to housing of the empty office space that has appeared in our downtowns by reallocating $300 million from the Rental Construction Financing Initiative. Houses should not be passive investment vehicles for offshore money. They should be homes for Canadian families. So, on January 1st, 2022, our government will introduce Canada's first national tax on vacant property owned by non-resident, non-Canadians. Une croissance forte et
strong, sustained growth also depends on modern transit. That's why, in February, we announced $14.9 billion over 8 years to build new public transit, electrify existing transit systems, and help to connect rural, remote, and Indigenous communities. Therefore, we are committing an additional $1 billion over 6 years for the Universal Broadband Fund to accelerate access to high-speed internet in rural and remote communities.
We intend to draw even more talented, highly skilled people to Canada, including international students. Investments in this budget will support an immigration system that is easier to navigate, more efficient in welcoming the dynamic new Canadians who add to Canada's strength. Our government has made progress in righting the historic wrongs in Canada's relationship with Indigenous peoples, but we still have a lot of work ahead. It's important to note that Indigenous peoples have led the way in battling COVID. Their success is a credit to Indigenous leadership and self-governance. We will invest more than $18 billion to further narrow gaps between Indigenous and non-Indigenous peoples, to support healthy, safe, and prosperous Indigenous communities, and to advance reconciliation with First Nations, Inuit, and the Métis Nation. We will invest more than $6 billion for infrastructure in Indigenous communities and $2.2 billion to help end the national tragedy of missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls. This has been a year when we have learned that each of us truly is our brothers and our sisters' keeper. Solidarity is getting us through this pandemic, and solidarity depends on each of us bearing our fair share of the collective burden. That's why, now more than ever, fairness in our tax system is essential.
To ensure our system is fair, this budget will invest in the fight against tax evasion, shine a light on beneficial ownership arrangements, and ensure that multinational corporations pay their fair share of tax in Canada. Our government is committed to working with our partners at the OECD to find multilateral solutions to the dangerous race to the bottom in corporate taxation. That includes work to conclude a deal on taxing large digital services companies. We are optimistic that such a deal can be reached this summer. Meanwhile, this budget reaffirms our government's commitment to impose such a tax unilaterally until an acceptable multilateral approach comes into effect. It's also fair to ask those who have prospered in this bleak year to do a little more to help those who still need help. That is why we are introducing a luxury tax on new cars and private aircraft worth more than $100,000 and on pleasure boats worth more than $250,000.
This budget lives up to our promise to do whatever it takes to support Canadians in the fight against COVID. And it makes significant investments in our future. All of this costs a lot of money. So it's entirely appropriate to ask, can we afford it? We can, and here's why. First, because this is a budget that invests in growth. The best way to pay our debts is to grow our economy. The investments this budget makes in early learning and childcare, in small businesses, in students, in innovation, in public transit, in housing, in broadband, and in the green transition are all investments in jobs and growth. We are building Canada's social infrastructure and our physical infrastructure. We are building our human capital and our physical capital. Canada is a young, vast country with a tremendous capacity for growth. This budget will fuel that. These are investments in our future, and they will yield great dividends. In fact, in today's low interest rate environment, not only can we afford these investments, it would be short-sighted of us not to make them. Second, because our decision last year to support Canadians is already paying off. Decisive action prevented economic scarring in our businesses and our households, allowing the Canadian economy to begin strongly rebounding from the COVID recession, even before we finished our fight against the virus. Third, because our government has a plan and we keep our promises. We said in the fall economic statement that we would invest up to $100 billion over 3 years to support Canada's economic recovery. And that's what we are outlining here today. We predicted a deficit for 2020-2021 of $381.6 billion. We've spent less than we provisioned for. Our deficit for 2020-2021 is $354.2 billion, below our forecast. Finally, and crucially, we can afford this ambitious budget because the investments we propose today are responsible and sustainable. We understand that there are limits to our capacity to borrow and that the world will not write Canada any blank checks. We don't expect any. This budget shows a declining debt to GDP ratio and a declining deficit, with the debt to GDP ratio falling to 49.2% by 2025-2026, and the deficit falling to 1.1% of GDP. These are important markers. They show that the extraordinary spending we have undertaken to support Canadians through this crisis and to stimulate a rapid recovery in jobs is temporary and finite. And our proposed long-term investments will permanently boost Canada's economic capacity. En 2015, Monsieur le Président,
In 2015, Mr. Speaker, this federal government was elected on a promise to help middle-class Canadians and people working hard to join the middle class. We promised to invest in workers and their prosperity, in long-term growth for all of us. And we did. Today, we meet a new challenge, the greatest our country has faced in a generation, with a renewed promise.
Opportunity is coming. Growth is coming. Jobs are coming. After a long, grim year, Canadians are ready to recover and to rebuild. We will finish the fight against COVID. We will all get back to work. And we will come roaring back. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Abbotsford.
Good try, guys. Good try.
Well, Mr. Speaker, let me be the first to formally congratulate my colleague on becoming the first female finance minister to table a federal budget in this House.
Hear, hear.
And let me add that it's a remarkable accomplishment. It's long overdue, and I believe it defines a new role model for Canadian women across our country to aspire to. So again, congratulations, Minister. Now, I note that the Prime Minister's mandate letter to the Minister dated January 15th calls for her to present a new fiscal anchor to guide her work. The budget fails to do that. Instead, the budget contains vague references to declining debt to GDP ratio starting 2 years from now. Turns out that was the Liberal government's old fiscal anchor, so there was nothing new about this one. In fact, your anchor doesn't even include measurable targets that will give Canadians the comfort to know that their government understands the importance of proper debt management. All that we get are references to the trajectory of the debt to GDP anchor. So my question is this: why did the minister not deliver a new fiscal anchor the way the Prime Minister had directed her to do?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And let me just start by thanking the member opposite for those generous congratulations. And I think it would be appropriate for me today to think about Kim Campbell, the first woman Prime Minister of Canada, who was, of course, a Conservative woman Prime Minister. So I think one thing we should agree on in this House is that all of us believe it's important to advance the cause of women in Canada. When it comes to a fiscal anchor, Mr. Speaker, I very much agree with the member opposite that it is important for our spending to be reasonable and sustainable and prudent. And that's why it was important for us in this budget to hit some key fiscal markers. First of all, we were clear in the fall economic statement that we would spend up to $100 billion in stimulus over 3 years. We have kept that promise. Perhaps more crucially, we have been clear in this budget, both in our commitment and also in our demonstrated actions, that following the extraordinary spending of this year, Canada's debt to GDP ratio will decline. And we show in our fiscal tables a clear declining trajectory, ending in 25-26 at a 49.2% debt to GDP ratio. Further, as we point out in the budget document, we commit to unwinding the COVID-related deficits, and our budget and our fiscal projections show precisely that. In 25-26, we come to a deficit of just 1.1%. So those, I would say to the honourable members and my colleague opposite, those are our anchors: a declining debt to GDP ratio and unwinding the COVID-related deficits.
Comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Joliette.
The honourable member for Joliette. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It is now my turn to sincerely congratulate the Minister of Finance on her first budget. This is certainly a historic moment, both for her and for the economy. There are some measures in here that are entirely unprecedented, so I would like to congratulate the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance. Very sincerely congratulate her on her hard work. There are a great many measures in this. Many of them are promising, and we will certainly come back to them and analyze them later. I would also like to underscore that this is the first time that I see a concrete promise made regarding fighting tax avoidance and evasion. Of course, here it still hasn't been fully implemented, but at least it's a concrete set of intentions. I'd like to congratulate the minister on this. Now, in my opinion, there are two major gaps in this budget. First of all, health funding. Quebec and the provinces have asked for more health funding. We are in the middle of a health crisis. For the Bloc Québécois, this is the moment to fix this. If not now, then when? And then secondly, the main victims of this pandemic have been seniors. We have been asking for old age security to be increased as of 65 years of age, instead of creating a two-tier system for seniors. But that's not in the budget. Why didn't the Minister of Finance include those two measures in the budget? Especially since when we look at the difference in the deficit between the fall economic statement and the deficit here in the budget, well, the difference would correspond to those two measures. So is this a political choice Thank you. I would just like to remind members that I have a long list of members who wish to speak, so I would ask everyone to keep their questions and answers very short. The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. And I'd like to thank my colleague for all the fascinating discussions that we've had throughout the preparation process of this budget. I've greatly appreciated working with him. Now, first of all, I am very pleased that my honorable colleague has seen that we are taking action against tax evasion. That is a priority for our government, especially now during a pandemic. Social solidarity is crucial. And in order to reach a state of social solidarity, everyone needs to pay their fair share. We need to focus on that, and I'm looking forward to working with all my colleagues on this important point. Now, my colleague is from Quebec, and so I would like to take a moment to state for all members in this House that this budget and the commitments in it clearly show the importance of Quebec's political leadership. More than 20 years ago, Quebec decided to create a childcare system. It was difficult. It was very, very expensive. In fact, that's what I was told by Quebec architects of the system, that it was very expensive, I know. But Quebec showed us something very important. That having a child care system ultimately leads to excellent economic returns. Thus, it is very important for me as an Anglophone from Toronto to say thank you to Quebec. I don't see any women from Quebec here in the room right now, but I would really like to thank the feminists of Quebec who have worked so hard to build that program. Thank you. Now, regarding the two other points that my colleague raised, first of all, on health funding. Last month, we announced that we will be contributing $5 billion additional for health for the provinces in order to help them fight the third wave of COVID-19. We understand that this is expensive, and the federal government is here to help. As for seniors, we have broadened old age security for those over 75. And we have also earmarked $3 billion for long-term care. This is a significant contribution. Regarding the fact that the deficit is lower than what was projected, well, I hope everyone will agree with me that that's a good thing. And it shows that our government is taking a cautious approach. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby. A 1-minute question and hopefully a 1-minute answer. I know this is very difficult, but please.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président, et j'aimerais aussi souligner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd also like to congratulate the Minister of Finance on this historic moment. Congratulations.
Long wait for budget, Mr. Speaker, as you know, as Canadians have been hit hard by this pandemic. And frontline workers who are looking for measures, looking for a functioning paid sick leave program, are going to come away profoundly disappointed by this budget. But billionaires will be happy because they continue to get a free ride at a time of overwhelming inequality and unprecedented increases in wealth for Canada's billionaires. This Liberal government has refused to put into place a wealth tax or end pandemic profiteering on the backs of Canadians. Tout ce qu'il offre, c'est une vague promesse de dealer avec les 20.
All it offers is a vague promise to deal with the $25 billion we lose each year to tax evasion?
Government? Why does the finance minister? Why does the prime minister refuse to put into place measures so that the ultra wealthy in this country pay their fair share?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister and Finance Minister in 60 seconds or less, please.
I'm going to be super quick. We're talking a lot about women, and since this is a question from the NDP, and since I did mention my mother in my speech, I just want to point out to the member opposite, she ran for the NDP in Edmonton Strathcona, now an NDP seat. So we have more in common than you might think. On Canadian workers, let me just say, our expansion of the Canada Workers Benefit is historic. No one should work full-time in Canada and live in poverty, but millions of people do. This investment will lift 100,000 Canadians out of poverty and will expand by 1 million people the Canadians we support. I think that is great for Canadian workers. I have to say, I think that's something my mother, were she still alive, would support too.
I'm afraid that's all the time we have for now. The Honourable Member for Abbotsford.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. These are unprecedented times, and today we have the biggest spending budget in Canadian history. But this budget comes far too late. It is this federal government's first budget in well over 2 years. For that long, Canadians have been without a comprehensive plan for the economy to guide us through what has now become the stormiest time of our lifetime. I believe that Canadians will feel let down by this budget. They were expecting a comprehensive plan to safely reopen our economy, to get Canadians vaccinated and back to work again, to help struggling small businesses back up on their feet, to manage the massive looming financial consequences of this pandemic, including a clear fiscal anchor that I mentioned earlier. And of course, most importantly, to provide future generations of Canadians with the hope and confidence that the Canadian dream is still alive and well. And my fear is that Canadians will be profoundly disappointed. Now, to be sure, there appear to be a number of positive measures in this budget, especially those that continue to support Canadians in their time of need as they struggle to make it through to the end of the pandemic. And we will carefully review and analyze them to see whether they are sufficient to help our country through this difficult time and to secure our long-term future. So far, I'm not encouraged, but we will have more to say in the days ahead. Until then, and until tomorrow, I move that the debate be now adjourned.
Mr. Fass, seconded by Mr. Dalton, moves that the debate be now adjourned. Conformément à l'article 83.2.
Pursuing to Standing Order 83.2, this motion is deemed adopted. This House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m.
you.